Hello, did anyone watches this back later? Because I don't think there's anyone here yet. I'm just shooting the video. Okay, dishwasher's making noise, but fuck it, I'm just doing this. Fuck it, we'll do it live. I need a little reminder. Celtic King, hello. Long time no see. 2 ounces. G'day cocktail lovers, continuing the 12 days of Christmas. Here's a perfect one to wind down an evening. Maybe you've had a lot to eat. Maybe it's cold outside. Maybe you want a hot buttered rum. We start off with around a tablespoon or about 15 grams of unsalted butter. Then I'm adding 1 ounce of my special, indispensable spiced apple brown sugar syrup. Check my channel for a recipe on how to make that. Then we add 2 ounces of rum. You might want to use a spiced rum here. And finally, we top that with water and stir. And here we have a hot buttered spiced rum. Have I mentioned before, my syrup's really good? You should check it out. It goes so well with so many drinks, including this one. Cheers. Man, this is actually really good. Celtic, AZ's been in streams on and off. Maybe I should text him. Just in case he's free tonight. He might come on for a while and say hello. I am going to turn this light off. And I'm actually giving this drink to Mrs. Angry. Nice. Oh, yeah. All right, sorry, I'm back. Mrs. Angry had the excellent suggestion, and hello, Megali Janetti. Mrs. Angry had the excellent suggestion of this should have a little touch of peated whiskey. So I'm just giving her a little dash of peated whiskey on the top. All right. Okay, so first, that's for when I was standing up. First drink of the night, and Mrs. Angry has snaffled it. So, I can take off the banner. I'm not shooting. Actually, you know what? I might shoot another video because I didn't get that drink. So I might make another one now. And then I'll have a drink. So hot buttered spiced rum is now in the doing column. I think a rum maple old fashioned. Actually, that's really simple. Maple syrup. Where's my... maple syrup? No, you know what? I'm using my own syrup. Fuck maple syrup. But I'm going to get a bit special with the rum. I'm going to do... What am I going to do? I'm going to do... Going to do a blend. Fancy molasses rum and Smith & Cross. Yeah, just make it a little bit special. I'm going to make this I'm arbitrarily calling these all Christmas drinks for people who are looking for Christmas drinks on YouTube. So I'm just going to reset this up. And then I'll have a really yummy drink to settle down with. So I'll settle down for a while. Okay. I got my... Get my special glass, 'cause I'm a special guy. Okay. Fucking dishwasher doesn't have a timer on it. I never know when it's going to finish. And I keep thinking it's going to finish and then it starts up again. It's super annoying. See, now it just stopped. And then it started again. Rum syrup bitters. That's all we want in an old-fashioned. Now I should get the ice first. Okay, now's my opportunity. The dishwasher's stopped. Get some ice for chicken. No, now the dishwasher started again. Because it fucking sucks. Right. All right. I guess I'll turn the camera around so you can see me making it. Ooh, bright lights. Oh, okay. What do you say? What have we got going on here? Maple syrup, Angostura bitters. Alright, first this one. I'm gonna make myself a real yummy, tasty rum old fashioned. That's about right. High-speed shooting mode. That complicated things. Let's do that. That. Subtle little changes that no one but me will notice, but I obsess about them. Okay, and off to the races. 1 ton. And 2 runs. And my syrup. Don't make it too sweet. Although it's so fucking yummy, this syrup. Oh, it's good. This cinnamon comes through on the end. It's so yummy. Und die Angostura Bitters. 2 dashes. Where's my stirrer? It's in here. I think. They've gone blind. Well, maybe not. Maybe it was an earlier thing. It is. Courtesy of Nettie. Wonderful Christmas present she gave me last year. Goes Regan's finger to stir things with. Alright, so. Ice, baby. Oops, I dropped some ice. Okay. Oh, that's just still going. Stir. Probably enough. Oh, damn, that tastes good. All right. I've got to get, or I need to get, another bit of ice for my glass. All right. Big cube of ice. Okay. And I'll get my garnishes ready too. Alright. That's about right. Where is my orange for garnish? Peel me some orange. I'm always paranoid I'm going to slip and cut myself with a peeler. Because I've done it multiple times. Ooh, and I got to skewer a cherry. Because that's the way, I like it. Now I got to get one. Slippery little suckers. Anyone remember that ad? I think I got one. Yeah, it's like fishing. Spear fishing. Okay. Alright. The various bits are ready. Let's pour my drink now. Oh, it's such a nice colour. Sort of mahogany colour. Man. Do it. Put my twist in. Put my cherry in. Donezo. Alright. Let's move everything again. Leave it behind the scenes, Hollywood magic. Alright, now bring this around. Yes, Nettie, giving him the finger. Right. All right. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. A little bit higher. Oops, what's that doing? Get it together, camera. Honestly. And go wide. I think a little down. Let me double check the framing. Yep, that's about right. All right, I'm just going to finish this and we'll be done. I was going to show off the bottles. Right. Got to try a little tenderness. Got to turn my audio recorder on. Which, for the first time since I've had it, I set the proper time because it timestamps recordings and they're always wrong and I always ignored it. Now it's the right date and time. First time in 10 years. I'm nothing if not professional. Right. G'day cocktail lovers. I love an old fashioned and Christmas is a great time for some seasonal flavors. I'm going to make a rum old fashioned and I'm going to mix it up a bit, split it between two rums, an Australian fork. G'day cocktail lovers. I love an old fashioned and let's bring some seasonal flavors into this old fashioned. I'm going to do a spiced rum old fashioned. And I'm mixing it up with the rums. It's going to be split between an Australian rum, Archie Rose's Fancy Molasses rum, and Smith & Cross, a really well-known high-proof Jamaican rum. It goes like this. Into our stirrer, into our mixing glass, add 1 ounce of the first rum, and then 1 ounce of the second rum. You can use the rums of your choice. Now, to bring in the seasonal flavors, I'm going to add 1/2 ounce of my spiced apple brown sugar syrup. It's got all the cinnamon, cloves, and everything you want for those great seasonal flavors. Then we add 2 dashes of Angostura bitters, and that's all our ingredients. We add ice, we stir it for a good 20-25 seconds to chill and dilute. Then we strain that into a rocks glass over a big chunk of ice, and I like to garnish my old fashions with some orange peel and a maraschino cherry on a skewer. And here's our spiced rum old fashioned. All those bits, it's so simple, but the flavors go together so well. I really recommend you try this or something like it and enjoy the season. Cheers. Man, this is actually super fucking yummy. All right, stoppins, and sit down and chatsies. I'm getting I'll turn this light off, right. I'm getting well ahead with the daily lead up to Christmas videos. I've currently got them pre-uploaded and scheduled till Monday. So yeah, I don't know. I might shoot 1 or hell, maybe 2 more videos tonight. Who knows? Wild and crazy guy. I could do anything. Then again, I might not. I might just have a relaxy drinks. Oh wait, I can turn the little banner off because I'm not making the video anymore. There we go. Might just have relaxy times. Who knows? Having got 2 videos out so quickly in the first 20 minutes of the stream, I can definitely relax for a while. Take my phone out of my pocket. Oh, mate, I should text Aidsy. I'm always a bit reticent to test him just in case he's sleeping. And it's with Aidsy, it might be the first time he's slept in 4 days. And I'm very self-conscious about that. But I will actually give him a quick text, see if he responds, see if he wants to join us, because he has joined us a couple times in the last week or two. You might want to do it again. Cheers, y'all. Man. Hot tip. That spiced apple brown sugar syrup I made, you should make some because it's really yummy. Very versatile, all sorts of drinks. It's great on pancakes as well. Probably really good on things like waffles, ice cream. It's a really good syrup. It's very fucking yummy. And I also used it to make a liqueur, which is also super fucking yummy. I might even have some of that after this. No one picked the liqueur in the Christmas cocktails that I sent out to a few people, which, I mean, I'd say is about a 99% chance they're going to get to people before Christmas, because Australia Posters, even if they're not there already, they've got all next week. I think they'll do it. So, and I'm supposed to meet a couple people locally to share with as well. And I haven't done that yet. And I don't know if I'm going to go into the city next week. We'll see. It reminds me, Nia, you and I know because you're transitioning. I'm not, and you've been back and forth a lot. I'm not even sure if you're in Sydney or Melbourne. Yeah, that is a yummy drink. Da-da-da-da. So, where are we? Second half of December. I wonder how soon next year I can complain about how quickly the year's going. Because, man, time fucking flies these days. Oh, you're doing Christmas with your mum next week, but you're in Melbourne now. What day are you going to Sydney? God damn, that drink's good. $23rd. All right, so you're getting to train. All right, no, just might be able to catch up with you, give you a little bottled cocktail for some Christmas cheer. Though I'm not sure if where I'm gonna be in various places, but food for thought anyway. I think I've kind of decided I don't want to go into the office next week because no one's going to be there because everyone's on leave. The week after that, I'm on leave, and it's like I want to, but I don't know. I was supposed to. Oh, okay. Well, maybe offline, Nettie, like Discord or something. We can work out logistics, how we can catch up with each other. Although I wasn't really planning on going into the office, going into the city, I can, but we can work that out. Actually, speaking of Discord, checking my little subdirectory on my Discord for The Christmas cocktails. Oh god, I still don't understand fucking Discord very well. Got to understand who's on my Discord. How do I see that? I don't know. All right. Well, maybe we'll do a city thing. Like I said, we'll take it to Discord, the old DMs or whatevs. I mean, I can easily work around you if you had a specific day you were planning on doing some city Christmas shopping. I can meet up with you. That'd be fun. That'd be nice. I'd like to do that. So we shall see. All right. So that is at least the beginnings of a plan. Kind of like to have the beginnings of a plan. Wowzers. Okay. So I'm just checking news headlines. I want to see if anything interesting has happened. Russia launches mass missile strike on Ukraine. Yeah, well, Russia fucking suck. Well, okay, Russia, that's wrong. Putin and his regime fucking suck. Holy shit. Australia's former deputy PM taken to hospital after drinking entire bowl of kava, which is a narcotic that's popular in the Pacific. Paid a high price for downing, not sipping it. Michael McCormack and that. He drank an entire shell of Sakau, traditional Micronesian kava, with sedative qualities. And they're not saying narcotic. It has narcotic qualities. He thought it was like South Pacific kava. In Fiji, for example, guests at the kava ceremony are invited to drink the entirety of what's offered to them in one gulp if possible. But as McCormack discovered, while a trip to hospital, Sakau is much stronger and recommended to be sipped, with the shell usually passed in order of prominence of attendees. Oh, McCormack said I was trying to be respectful. Took one for Team Australia. I looked over at Foreign Minister Penny Wong and mouthed, I'm not okay. Went cross-eyed. Someone got me a bucket and, well, yeah. Oh, lawsy. That was a miscalculation on his part, honestly. That's a... Okay, AD maybe going to join us. I'm going to send you... Okay, I'm just going to send AD the link. From the sounds of it, I honestly think he's at best a 50-50 chance. And if he comes, he might not stay long. But I thought it was worth messaging him because he very much enjoys being able to interact. So, oh, fucking yum. Here's the thing I've probably never said on a live stream. I really like old fashions. That's called a joke, kids, because I say it all the time. That was irony. Well, that was at least something funny in the news. Coles introduces buying limit on frozen chips as flood hit potato supply. Oh no. Oh, yeah. God, a story broke today of this mob of billionaires. One of Australia's richest families had an illegal gathering at their, multi-million-dollar mansion in the midst of, I think it was our last big lockdown in Melbourne. And because there's a significant delay, cops being at the gate when they can get to the house, everyone went and hid in the cellar. And the cops went in and they could see a table set for like 12 people, but there were no people there. So they just went, ooh, and left. And it's just like, fuck those people, honestly. Also, have I mentioned how much I hate seeing things about the British royal family in the news, specifically Meghan and Harry bullshit, because that shit's just fucking fueled by racism, despite their protestations. Otherwise, it's really, really fucking obvious. Ugh. Dear, what's this? Sorry. What is this? I don't know who Taria Pitt is. Who the fuck is Taria Pitt? Oh, okay. She's a woman who was burnt really badly, and she now has a podcast, body positivity, and yeah, she's found some photos of herself from just after it, which was very confronting for her. I can imagine so. Well, more power to her going public with her story. Yes, Mega Leech, there would have been some poetic justice if they all got COVID. They're just assholes. Oh, wait, I think I just got a really long text from AZ. Something to put in the gut. Okay. He says he's going to try and eat something and maybe join us again. It would be nice if he joined us, but if anyone was, particularly anxious about wanting AZ to join us, don't get your hopes up too high, because I honestly wouldn't rank him above a 50% chance, quite honestly. Where's my Trello board? I did my rum maple old fashioned. What else can I make tonight? Oh, got to decide if I'm going to make a porn star martini snowball. Which I might, just because it sounds a bit rude. I don't say I was going to do it. Oh, that's right. I joke. I may actually use vanilla vodka in it because it's only for a short on YouTube. So I can't be bothered to explain why vodka is shit and you shouldn't use it in the short time I have to make the video. Yeah. Oh, there's my dishwasher again. Okay, it does this funny thing. It does a thing where when the whole cycle, because there's no timer on it. I fucking hate that there's no visible timer on the dishwasher, so you never fucking know how long it's going. Super annoying. I really don't like that. But after it does its cycle, and then it finally stops, and then it'll be silent for 15, 20 minutes, and then there'll be a surge. It's like, I don't know, it's doing a final rinse or something, and then it's quiet. So I think it's quiet now. Then I'll sit there with the heater on that's supposed to evaporate the water droplets off everything that's in there. Ooh, Nettie, I don't think I've tried Kakadu plums in anything. I've had a gin that had Kakadu plum in it. Mr. David Cameron on Facebook is interested you before. The birthday problem on Wikipedia. Okay, can't click on that, but if I open Facebook, I might just be able to click on that. Okay, so this is probability theory. The birthday... I've heard of this. Okay, the birthday problem asks for the probability that in a set of randomly chosen people, at least two will share a birthday. So you got to say, like, in this group of people, what's the probability that two share a birthday? And of course, there could be 365 days in a year. And so it's like, how many people, and these are completely randomly selected people, how many people do you need to have in a room to have an at least 50% probability that two of them share a birthday? Now, I think my initial impulse with this is to go, well, there could be 365 days. So to have a 50% chance that two have the same, you'd have to have half of 365 people. Apparently, you only need 23 people, 23 randomly chosen people, and there's a 50% probability, higher than 50% probability, that two of them share a birthday. It's a veridical paradox. It appears wrong, but is true. It seems surprising that you only need 23 people to reach that 50% probability. The result's more intuitive by considering that the comparison birthdays will be made between every possible pair of individuals. With 23 individuals, there are 23 times 22 over 2. So there are actually 200. It's not 23 pairs of people to consider. It's 253 pairs of people to consider. And that's more than half the number of people in the world. It's wild. It's very non-intuitive, but when explained like that, that's how it makes sense. Real-world applications include a cryptographic attack called birthday attack, which uses this probabilistic model to reduce the complexity of finding a collision for a hash. There you go. Problems generally attributed to Harold Davenport in about 1927, although he didn't publish it at the time. He didn't claim to be its discoverer because he could not believe that it had not been stated earlier. First publication of a version of the birthday problem was by Richard von Mises in 1939. I mean, honestly, isn't that wild? So, yeah, David, I bet that just works wild in lectures. But it's weird because the explanation is so simple. Oh, there you go. Megalich, your sister and one of her sons shares birthday. I I shared a birthday with my grandfather, and one of my siblings shared a birthday with my grandmother. But yes, it's like, I think the initial impulse is because there's 365 possible days for a birthday. If you're going to have a 50% chance of two people sharing a birthday, it's like, well, you need half that number. So, what's that, 180 people. But you don't. But yeah, that little bit of maths that explains it. Yeah, so yeah, you've always managed to find a student with the same birthday as you. Yeah, because fucking 29 people is all it takes for it to be more than 50%. Although, again, fun quirk of probability. Although 23 people have a more than 50% probability of two people having the same birthday, that's not a guarantee. And in fact, you could have 1,000 people in a room. No, actually, no, you couldn't. That I just made a really dumb statement. It's incredibly long odds, but if we say a year's 365 days, you could technically have randomly chosen 365 people into a room, and there could theoretically be no crossover in their birthdays. The odds against that are astronomical. That'd be a fun one for mathematicians to work out. So yeah, you've got to bear in mind there's two different questions, like how many people do you need in a room for there to be a more than 50% probability that two of them have the same birthday? 23, weirdly low number. But how many people do you have to have in a room to be definitely sure at least two of them have the same birthday? The answer to that is 366. That is the ultimate edge case. And the odds of having 365 people in a room and their birthdays are spread across the whole year, so there's no crossover, the odds against that must be astronomical. Like, I think they seriously must be trillions to one against, because that probability goes up exponentially. So, Dave, here's another good one for a classroom, explaining the difference between geometric and arithmetic progression, or basically exponential growth, and teaching people they need to pay more attention to maths. It's you say to a student, like, okay, who would take this deal? This month has 30 days. I will give you $10,000 every single day of this month. So at the end of the month, I will have given you is that $3 million? God, my brain just stopped working. Yeah, it's 300,000, isn't it? Jesus Christ, that's sad. That is sad. So yes, I will give you $10,000 every single day of this month. So at the end of the month, I will have given you $300,000 if on day one you give me 1 cent, and we double what you give me every day. So on day 2, you give me 2 cents. On day 3, you give me 4 cents, etc. Does that sound like a good deal? And just on the surface, that sounds like a good deal. How could you lose? I'll see if my phone calculator can do it, because I love this one. Also, all clear. So on day 1, you got 1 cent. On day 2, you got 2 cents. Day 3, Yes, and that's all people hear, Dave. I'll give you 3, and because I'm saying give me a couple of cents. Day 3, you've got 4 cents, then 8 cents, 16 cents, 32 cents, 64 cents, 128 cents, $1.28, $2.56. After 10 days, I'm giving someone just over $5. And so after 10 days, I've given them $100,000. And the biggest amount they've given me on a day is $5. So they're just laughing like, I'm a fool. It's going to work out so well for them. So day 10, it's $5.12. Day 11, $10. Day 12, $20. Day 13, 40, then 80, then 160, and then 320, and then you're up to like $655, $1,300, $2,600. Day 20, they're giving you $5,500. So in total, in day 20, they've given me less than $10,000. But I've given them $200,000. I'm clearly a fool. The month's nearly over, and they're so far ahead. Day 20, they're just laughing. They're coining it in. So day 21, they're giving me $10,000. Then 20, 40, 80, $160,000. But now they're sweating because I've given them $250,000 away. We're drawing about level with what you've given me, and we've still got 5 days to go. Day 26, they're giving me $335,000 on just one day. Then $670,000. 1.3 million, 2.6 million. So basically, with that geometric progression, exponential progression, starting on 1 cent, they end up giving you about $10 million. And that blows people's minds. I've done that thing heaps of times, and it still blows my mind that doubling something is such a powerful thing. But even, and that's why compound interest is powerful, even if it's much lower than 100%. Over a long enough timeline, it's incredibly powerful. So yeah, what seems like a good idea, I'll give you $300,000 if you give me 1 cent, then 2 cents, then 4 cents. It turns into them owing me $10 million. So Dave, you heard a great view of this in terms of technology and change. Humans are geared for linear vision. We see what's literally on the horizon as a straight line. Find to see it's harder over the horizon. Yes. Oh God, there was a saying, I think I heard William Gibson, the sci-fi author, famous for popularizing cyberpunk and cyberspace. It's like we are actually pretty good at seeing the impact of big things, but we're shit at seeing the impact of small things. So sometimes tiny changes that didn't seem consequential at the time, they compound over time, and 10, 20 years later, they've changed the world so significantly, we didn't see it coming. Yeah. Human brains are funny. Also, the way we see patterns, it's what keeps us alive to a certain extent. Reflexive pattern recognition helps us see the tiger in the long grass that's stalking us. But our brain takes it too far and has a tendency to see patterns when the patterns aren't there. And that's patterns of behavior, that's patterns of cause and effect, and that's visual patterns as well. It's like the what's it called when you see faces in everything? There's a name for that. Pareidolia or something. Seeing faces in things. Yes. Pareidolia. It's when you see faces in things. Or pareidolia is, again, basically just seeing a pattern that's not there, like the canals on Mars. But yeah, a common one is face pareidolia, where you see faces in things. Yes, Dave, that's another great William Gibson line. The future's here, just not evenly distributed. I follow him on Twitter. He still has really interesting insights. Plus, his most recent books are really good too. And the adaptation of The Peripheral on Prime is quite good as well. All right. I feel like making myself another drink. What will I make is the question. All right. Get rid of that. Okay, what did I have listed? Oh, a winter daiquiri. A winter daiquiri would be nice. Rum, lime juice, simple syrup. Except I'm going to use my spiced syrup yet again, because it fucking rocks. Just got to decide which of my rums I'll use to make a winter daiquiri. The ones they recommended in these recipes, I don't have either of them. Cruzan, Blackstrap rum, it's just dark rum. What's Banks 5 Island rum? Banks 5 Island rum. That's a blend of rum from 5 islands. Okay. Okay, it's a white rum. Excellent. Excellent. So a white rum and a dark rum. Nice. Okay, that's good. Celtic, not everything I make fucking rocks. Sometimes I'm following a recipe and I've never tried it before and it doesn't come out great. When I design it, it's pretty good. Like at least 9 times out of 10, if I'm choosing what to make, I can be confident it's going to be good. Occasionally very, very good. But sometimes when I'm following someone else's recipe, I don't actually know how it's going to turn out. And I'm essentially following the recipe to see how it turns out. But my own stuff, when I look at something and I'm confident that's going to be good, at least 9 times out of 10, it is good. All right, so I want to do a dark rum and a white rum, and then my special syrup, and nope, that's not what I want. No, what are you doing to me? Lime juice. All right. What is it? It's fucking 9 o'clock. Wait, it's 9 o'clock and I've only had one drink? It's party night. What am I even doing? What am I doing with my... But I feel a bit warmish and sweaty in here. After I make this, I might actually open the sliding door to get a breeze in here. I won't do it while I'm making a video because it'll be noisy. Kelty, it depends because there's a good question. If you make something and it's not good, there's lots of scope for experimenting to make it better. But also, it's sometimes it's a life's too short thing. It's like I can make something else that I know is good. So why fuck around with this thing that has disappointed me? But sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do it. All right. So I am going. Okay, I have a few rums. Which rum will I choose? Supposed to use a dark rum. Okay. I know what white rum I'm going to use. Actually, in my head, I just changed my mind on what white rum I'm going to use. Oh. Just drinking a bit of the melted ice from my last drink. A bit flavorful. Right, I'm not going to use these two because I just use them. Which one will we do? Maybe. Oh, fuck it. I'll use that one. Well, I have already used it. Okay, where's the friggin' white rum? Here it is. Hoochery. Got on sale at Dan's. $50, and it's usually like 75. So, score. Okay, so gotta get my sexy Nicanor glass. Gotta get my shaker, because this is a shaken cocktail. We are. Okay, so that and that. And we moved things around. Okay. That. And this. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. All right. Actually, look. I'll turn it around. That should have given you nightmares. Turn it around so you can see me working. Hopefully, some visual entertainment. We've got to bring this down. Change the angle. Angle of the dangle. Where is that? Okay. Okie dokie. That's what I was doing. Vintidacity. Oh, my lime juice. I knew I was forgetting something. I've got lime juice in the fridge that I squozened earlier. Get my lime juice. I don't think ooh, I'm gonna have some fucking eggnog later. I'm gonna have a big thing of eggnog. Won't put that much booze in. Oh, I'm putting booze in it. Won't put that much in. Because the temptation would be to drink it too fast and then angry ends up on the floor or falling asleep on the lounge without telling anyone. Things that aren't good anyway. So let's have a little breaky poo. Let's go with our high-speed shooting mode. Da-da-da-da. Life is hard. So am I. Who remembers that song lyric? Okay. What do we do? Okay. White rum, dark rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup. Okay. I will actually start with that. Man's out of control. What's he doing? Okay. That's splashed up. That's a bit of physics. Dave, you're a smart man. What's that physics called when you pour something in too fast and it splashes back? Right, dark rum. Lime juice. Right. Lime juice. And where'd I put my syrup? No, I can stop it back on. Alright. And sugar syrup. Alright. Oh man, the cinnamon in that's so good. Okay. Dunzo. Now, it's probably melting. I'll strain off a bit more water. No, not much. No, actually a bit. Right. Alright, now, just to be nice, I'm going to turn the microphone off in case anyone's wearing headphones, because this is real loud. So I'll turn the microphone off for a second. Switch back on microphone, god damn it. Alright, so. Okay. Shake is being a biatch to me. I'll put my sexy Nick and Nora glass there. And we'll frame up. There we go. That looks about right. High speed shooting mode again. Right. My strainer. And ooh, that's a good wash line. That's a good wash line. For those who don't know, me being a wanker using the term wash line is how close the drink is to the rim of the cup. You don't want it right to the rim or you'll spill it, but you don't want it too low or it looks a bit mean. So, right. I'm gonna put things back in here. Okay. I'm just being silly. Sorry. Ugh. I'm going to do the little talky bit, which will take me a minute or two. Not too long. Ugh. Okay. All right, I'm going to do a fake shaky thing for the camera as well. Oh my God, people lie in YouTube videos. It's all fake. Oh, gosh almighty. Pour a little bit more back in there. All right, and start the audio recorder. And this recorder. And we go a bit wide. And we shape that up a little bit. How's that? That looks good. That looks good. Okay. All right, I'll do the fake shaky thing first. Actually, once more, I shall spare you the noise. I'll just turn the mic off for a sec. That didn't turn off. I'm such a fraud. The daiquiri is a classic summer drink, but if you want to bring more wintry, even Christmas seasonal flavors into it, it's really easy. Make it like this. Rather than making it all with white rum, split it. Go 1 ounce of white rum, then add 1 ounce of dark rum, and then we're going to have the 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice that you'd normally have. But now my tip is you make my special spiced apple brown sugar syrup and add 3/4 of an ounce of that. Then add the ice, give it a good hard shake for 10-15 seconds, strain that into a chilled glass. I did that all in one take. And here we have a winter daiquiri. Oh, those flavors are just great. Little tip, if you haven't got... Little tip, if you don't feel up to making my spiced brown sugar syrup, try putting in a little bit of allspice dram or even using a spiced rum. Either way, get some of those flavors in there and have a good time. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Cheers. Not sure if that made sense. I'm going to have to edit it, but that's okay. Now, let's switch this off, and I'm not going to make any more videos tonight. Just going to chat. Switch that off. Okay, that's gone down to 0. I need to charge it. I use rechargeable batteries in my audio recorder, and they last a really long time. Oh, I need to recharge them finally there. So, Celtic saying Toby got another Quran the other day. Normal size Quran, free. Surprised at the quality of the copy. Yeah, got a good one. Okay. I think I kept a nice one that you sent me. Wait, I'm going to turn this light off too because I don't need it anymore. Move some things around. Move some things around. All right, here we go. That light off. Move this drink cart over a little. And Bob's your auntie's live-in lover. There we go. Oh. God, maybe I'll actually get... I was thinking, just, from an historical perspective, maybe did fucking heaps of Bible reading when I were a Catholic schoolboy. Unlike many of these clowns, particularly evangelicals, who call themselves Christians who have not actually read the Bible. They've just been indoctrinated with a particularly gross interpretation of it. I've actually read a lot of the Bible. I have not read the Quran, though. Maybe I could get that on an audiobook. I'll have to do a bit of research into a good translation and a good reading of the Quran, because there were some really shit translations from Western translators who were actually really dismissive of Islam, and their translation, they would have claimed that they're objective, but their translation's not objective. The translation's quite negative. So I think I want a translation from a believer, and probably a reading from a native speaker, so I get the pronunciations of names and places. Obviously, I want it to be in English. Man, that's fucking good. Yum. But I mean, a daiquiri. How do you go wrong with a daiquiri? That's how I try out new rums, actually. Miglich, Amon Ra did a Quran video series. They went through the whole book. Okay. Nettie, you wanted to read the Quran or take subject, but there weren't any. No. Very disappointing of university. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd like to at least listen to it at one point. Just from a point of view of cultural learning. Because despite, being the lapsed Catholic, being very much the atheist, I do agree to an extent with what some people say about you shouldn't you shouldn't completely disregard the Bible because of the fundamental role it played in the development of Western society. And that's a reasonable point. Sorry. Aaron Ra. Yes. I would say Amun Ra. I think that's either an Egyptian god or it was a hippie musician from the 70s. Yeah, Celtic. Obviously, the Quran's meant to be read in Arabic, but that won't mean anything to you. But yes, to me, it wouldn't make sense to read or listen to an audiobook that wasn't translated by a believer. Because, I read up a bit on it, and there's people saying, like, no, there are some super fucked translations of the Quran because they were, whether it was deliberate or just subconscious bias, the translator translated a whole bunch of stuff really negatively. And native speakers go, it doesn't fucking say that. Why do you think it says that? Celtic, Google free Quran, you get one posted to you. Then I get those. Actually, I don't get any Muslim mailings, things you signed me up for. I get the stuff from the weird American evangelicals. I was reading some of them last night. They're very silly, although I thoroughly enjoyed the article about how Christmas is Satan's favorite holiday. Fucking wicked. And they were right. It's a pagan festival. And all that ridiculous shit you hear right-wing culture warriors saying, oh, the war on Christmas. The only people who have ever successfully waged war on Christmas are Christians. Now, I said that last night and then corrected myself. Like clearly, the Soviets conducted a fairly successful war on Christmas. The Chinese communists didn't have to because they never celebrated Christmas. But multiple times in history, usually Protestants of one stripe or another have found Christmas to be debaucherous and banned it. I think Oliver Cromwell banned it. I'm not sure. That's a nice drink. That was the Catholic Scots, wasn't it, Neddy? Or was it? No, they wouldn't have been Catholic because Catholics love Christmas. They would have been like Calvinists or something. They would have been really dour Protestants. Safa, you have indeed arrived. Hello. I am opening this door because it feels a bit warm in here. I think you get a bit of fresh air. It was pretty windy here too. I'm just going to open the door. Get some fresh air in. Oh yeah, I feel better already. Cool air. That's what I want. Some cool air. Yes, Nettie, Calvinists. I thought I remembered it being really hardcore Calvinists. And yes, Celtic Presbyterians probably come from Scotland too, yes. These days, I think Church of England is very down with Christmas. But yeah, as we were just discussing at various points, various Protestants, because it's been an anti-Catholic thing, I think. Oh God, I didn't put the lids on anything. Sorry. When I was making my winter daiquiri, I didn't put the lids. Oh, fucking shit. I was trying not to get my foot caught in a cable, and I did anyway. All right, lids on things. That's for my sugar syrup. Ugh. That's for my gospel rum. Und that's for my hoochery whiskey. Right, I got my phone. Going to put... I'll move these things away from the fridge. Because I ain't shooting any more video tonight. Fucking move that. Put my lime juice back in the fridge. I've got an empty barrel. I've got a barrel going begging. I need to decide which boozy cocktail to put in my barrel next. Oofed. Nettie, excellent point. Scriptures are often dense and hard to understand. I think you could probably get annotated Qurans as well, where they explain some. But yes, I was thinking maybe listening to it as an audiobook, because from my understanding, the Quran's quite poetic, like a lot of the Old Testament. Who knows? I'll give it a go. Give it a go. All right. Just thinking I want to make a highball. Might do a whiskey soda. Don't do that very often, but it's a nice drink. I might throw some bitters in as well. Or dry ginger ale, maybe. I like gin with dry ginger ale. Rum and Coca-Cola. Nettie, did you watch the stream last night? Because if not, I have news that may be of interest to you. If you did, I don't necessarily want to repeat myself. Yum. Okay, that fucking daiquiri was nice. Which are the ones I really liked that I made? Because, all right, the winter daiquiri is now over there in the doing pile. Hot toddy, that was okay. Made that last night. Brandy Alexander's always good. Brooklyn's okay. The rum flip was not bad. The different eggnogs I made were not bad. My Christmas kiss was good. Brandy, green chartreuse, Benedict. Fuck, maybe. Ooh. Maybe barrel aged that. Yeah. Fucking barrel aged brandy kiss. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I might do that. The Christmas brandy old fashioned I made was really good. I think that's probably my favorite. The Christmas kiss and the Christmas brandy old fashioned. The Christmas margarita was good too. I think my favorites were probably the Christmas kiss and the Christmas brandy old fashioned. And the eggnogs were pretty good if you like eggnog. Hey, Bumfungus, how you going? Hellion, hello, Kirsten. Okay, Nettie, you weren't here last night. Kirsten, you weren't here last night. I got this during the week. Archie Rose's fundamental spirit, the gin, straight dry gin. This is notably cheaper than the other gins. I did a side-by-side of this with more expensive gins, namely Archie Rose's Bone Dry and Never Never's Beeswax and Olive. Really good. To my palate, and I'll be interested in how you react to this, Kirsten. I was surprised how sweet I found that. That was a real surprise to me. Really, really tasty. It was a nice light gin, and then I made a martini with it using a method I just discovered this week for making essentially a really sort of desert bone dry martini. In your stirring glass, you put ice in, you put some vermouth in there, and stir, 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 and then strain off the vermouth, and then put your gin in that ice, which has got like a tiny residue of vermouth in there, and stir, 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 and then just pour that gin into your martini glass, and that's your martini. So gin martini with the barest hint of the vermouth. And I actually used Cochi Rosa, which is a slightly bitter aromatized wine made with red wine. And so it's bright red. And so it gave the faintest sort of blush, sort of peach pink blush to it. It was really nice. All right. Yeah. Okay. So you're confirming it is sweet. Yeah. I was surprised because, I guess I just wasn't expecting it. It's really nice. So, and yes, if you have a Dan's card, it's even $10 cheaper than normal this week, which is why I got it. It's really good. And I really hope this is successful, like making inroads, competing with some of the big brands that are cheaper just because of the scale of production. Yum. So, yeah. It's actually, see if I can bring it up. Dan Murphy's. Am I logged in on this one? Log in. This. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's saying I changed my password. I don't remember changing my... I don't want to get locked out of my damn Murphy's again. Maybe I'm logged in on the app. Wait, where'd I put the app? There it is. Am I logged in on here? I am logged in on here. Nice. I'm just double checking. Member offer. So the signature dry is $5 off. Like the bone dry is $10 off. The native botanical looks like it's $5 off. No, what the fuck was that? Why did you fucking do that? God damn it. Yeah. So the straight dry gin is $10 off. So usually 65, now 55. Ooh, with the Rosella Sour pre-made cocktail, $5 off. Oh yeah, and so the equivalent vodka is $10 off, 45 instead of 55. There you go. Free ad for Archie Rose and Dan Murphy's, I guess. Oh God, Celtic, you saw a VD a month ago. Verbally abusing Jehovah's. Well, he's not actually wrong. I don't know that I'd expend energy abusing J-dubs, but they are gullible and have been fooled into a nonsensical cult. I say I wouldn't be as negative about Christianity generally as I am specifically about J-dubs and other super fucking weird cults. Also, yeah, Celtic. VD claims he's a Mormon. Yes, I think when Celtic says he claims, I don't think VD is leading a very good life by any Christian standards. Least of all the conservatism of Mormons. Man, okay, that was fucking good. Oh no, Nigel Leach. Your mother-in-law's a J-dub. Real piece of work. Johnny Knoxkill. I'm good. More important, how are you? You were having people look after you recently. Are you still checked in, or have you checked out? Good to hear from you, though, man. Might get AIDSy. I messaged him earlier, and he wanted to come on and say hello. Oh, Nettie, don't you remember Video Dude? Again, okay, this is from years ago. This guy lives in the same town as Celtic King, and he would come on the streams all the time, and he started to get really fucking obnoxious. And I gave him quite a few warnings and said, you have to stop that. And he wouldn't. He was just saying dumb, homophobic, and racist stuff, if I remember. And I said, no, you need to stop. That's not acceptable. And he's like, you got to tell me what to do. And I said, I kind of can. And after warning him, I blocked him. And he took that super personally, apparently. And I was reliably informed he was ranting at great length about wanting revenge on me. Then he apparently essentially assaulted some cops, which got him some jail time. And he doesn't seem to have calmed down much. I was hoping he might calm down, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like he did. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Oh, Nettie, it was great. It was like a whole fucking soap opera. And he wrote God, I might have one of them sitting around here somewhere. He just wrote the most deranged letters. They were like multi-page, single-spaced screeds about how, I don't know, I was Satan and all these other things. It was fucking wild. Actually, for reals, hang on a sec. I might have one of them just here. Oh, look under some stuff. My filing system. I may or may not have one here. Jesus Christ, there's some weird stuff under here. What's this? Thank you notes from distillers. No, don't appear to have one in. What you doing, Mimsy? Coming up to say hello? Come on. No, what are you doing? Come up here. You freaking weirdo. There is nothing for you down there. What are you doing? You're being absolutely weird. There's no food there. What if I get a bit of bacon and put it up here? Would that make you happy? There's no... Why? She's sniffing in the recycling bin. Okay, Johnny, you're going to discharge on Monday. Are they looking after you? Do you feel like you're getting the appropriate care? I hope you are. Nettie, it was some quality drama. It was some real quality drama. There's no food there, Mimsy. No? You know what? Should I spoil Mimsy? I'm sure you'll all say I should spoil Mimsy. I'm going to spoil Mimsy and she'll come up and say hello. Right. I know exactly how to get her attention. Just have to go here. Right. This will get her. Oh, what have I done, Mimsy? She's already interested. I've gone to the fridge and got something. What's this? It's up here. Whoa! Gonna come up here? Come up here. Come all the way up. You fucking weirdo. Oh, God. Now, typical her, she just wants more. I gave her a little... I don't have any more. I just wanted to reward you a bit if you'd sort of settle down and be something vaguely approaching. Sniff the light. Why not, Mimsy? Fucking weirdo. See, here's the thing. Give Mimsy a little treat. And rather than being grateful, she just wants more. Oh, good, Johnny, you've been well looked after. Excellent. That's the thing, man. You took the time to get the appropriate care. I was very sort of positive thoughts to you going like, well, good. You took that step, which can be difficult to take. So God, you weirdo. You need some help. And you got some help. So that's good. Look at her. She's being so fucking weird. You're so fucking weird, Mimsy. Maybe my fingers still smell a little bit like ham. She's all agitated. She's going to jump on me again, I can tell. What? What are you doing? I'm not giving you any more ham. You're a bottomless pit of need. You are a bottomless pit of need. All right. Are you going to settle down, Mimsy, or what? Or what, cat? Are you going to settle down? Wait, what's it? I'm trying to remember what's in these drinks I made again. Kind of want to use up some of my sweet vermouth. What was in my Christmas kiss? Brandy, green chartreuse, berry, cherry, Benedictine. No sweet. Oh, God, you know what? I might. Yeah, I'm going to. Going to make a big old thing. Okay. Ugh. She is watching me very closely. It's like she doesn't just accept a treat and go, ooh, I got a treat. She's going, more, give me more. I want more. Weird bloody cat. She's a weird bloody... Both my cats are weird in extremely different ways. And Mrs. Angry's lad is, rehabilitating a pigeon, bonding with a pigeon. Pigeon's weird too. Safa, possibly getting Tim Smith. I think I have decided what my next barrel will be, but I'm not going to make it tonight because I want to make a video of it. God, the other thing I was thinking is a few carré. Okay, you know what? I'm going to consult cocktail books. Oh, Mimsy, you're such a fucking weirdo. I swear to God. Such a fucking weirdo. Okay. The PDT cocktail book, which is a good cocktail book. Jesus Christ. Kirsten, $700 a week for your apartment. How many fucking rooms is it? No? Jesus, that's about what I'm paying for this 5-bedroom house. Oh, God, Mimsy's gone super fucking weird. Johnny, it kind of is party. Oh, yeah. Do you want... You could give a tour of your room if you like. This is not food, Mimsy. Mimsy is now interested. It is a Bible, Celtic. It is a cocktail Bible. Mimsy, you are such a fucking weirdo. Okay. Well, do you want to do that now, Johnny? I can share a link now. See, it's even got like the little markers like a Bible does. So, Kirsten, yours is 1 bedroom and a study. Holy shit. You gonna settle down, you weirdo? Absolute weirdo. This is literally not far off what I'm paying for a 5-bedroom house. And this is not a cheap suburb. An Archangel. A beach bum. What's in that? Rum, pineapple juice, lime juice. I don't really want to put citrus juices in there because I think that might go weird. It might oxidize. Beer cocktails. I don't like beer. Bees sip. Chamomile infused pisco. Sake. and honey liqueur. Wow. Yes. Kirsten, I get that the rent is a reason to leave Sydney. The rent in Melbourne's not great either, but that sounds absolutely wild. All right. So this is for join. But actually, if anyone wants to join Angry Bunch, there's the link. Benton's Old Fashioned, a Betsy Ross, Petula, rye whiskey, rum, lemon juice, maple syrup. So that's a sour with a mixed base. A bijou. Gin, sweet vermouth, green chartreuse. Ooh, equal parts. Wow. That's interesting. That is an interesting mix. Jesus, that's a fucking lot of green chartreuse. Dang. Hey, Ellie. Megaleech, an hour ago, Aidsy said he wanted to join, and I haven't heard from him since. So we're getting to the increasingly unlikely thing. And here, Megaleech, Kirsten's going to wine country. It's a Blackbeard. Gin aquavit. No, pineapple juice again. I don't think citrus juices are good in a barrel. Oh, we've a first taker. He's being quiet in the chat, but Pat's coming in to say hello.
Hey.
How you doing, mate?
Good.
Good. All right. I'm reading a book because I'm an intellectual. I'm just gonna bedtime stories in the form of cocktails. Fantastic illustrations in this book. Just it's a beautiful book. Nice illustrations. Lee, good work on uni, by the way. A blinker, a blood and sand, Scotch whiskey, orange juice. A Bobby Burns, whiskey and vermouth. Yeah, well, that's just a Manhattan with Scotch. I have to decide. So look at it. That's like a whole band performing its song to a cocktail. So nice artwork. And yes, deleting Twitter is not a bad idea either. I'm still watching. Twitter is getting very weird at the moment. It appears Elon Musk is just banning journalists who are less than favorable to him, which is wild. And he's just pandering to open Nazis and misogynists and TERFs. It's just ridiculous. It's actually kind of sad to see him having such a public breakdown. So this is a really beautiful book. I got this for Christmas last year. It's very nice. I've got a couple of really nice cocktail books now. Just kind of flipping through or deciding what to do. Gin, vermouth, and Benedictine. A Cameron's Kick. Scotch whiskey, Irish whiskey. The Champs-Élysées is a bizarre street. Sorry, whenever there's a quite well-known cocktail called the Champs-Élysées, and whenever I see it, I don't know if anyone remembers a song from a few years ago, the Australian act Art vs. Science. They had a song called Parlez-vous Français, and it just starts with a big sort of rock thing with the Champs-Élysées is a bizarre street. Johnny, here's Johnny.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Surprisingly very good.
Good. Well, that's getting good care.
So I completely forgot about all the COVID restrictions. So basically, the only person I'm really supposed to be able to see is immediate family and next of kin. And that means only my mother.
Yeah.
which is one of the reasons why I'm in here in the first place. So
Bit of stress, yeah.
yeah, so I haven't really uh, been able to have any visits from friends or anything.
Right.
Although I did game the system a little bit by basically organizing a visit from my pastor for spiritual guidance, shall we say. But it wasn't
Good.
really that. I just wanted to talk to someone that didn't work here or was a patient.
Good call. And speaking of people who aren't patients, it's Daisy.
Greetings to you,
Hello,
Johnny
Ainsy.
Knoxkill. Get a fucking
Yep.
haircut and a real job, mate.
Yeah, you too, mate. Jesus Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ, Johnny.
Jesus fucking wept, mate.
You have thrown me the fucking hand grenade in my first sentence after I threw you a fucking hand grenade. You're not supposed to just tennis racket it back, motherfucker. Right, that's it.
Yeah.
You're fucked from here on in. You're the fucker. You're the guy I'm fucking hassling. Besides angry, you're the guy I'm fucking hassling. In wrestling days, you're not missing out either, mate. Fucking finger at the mouth, bull fucking shit to you, buddy.
Oh, mate, oh, good.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
Now, buddy. Yeah. Oh, Johnny.
No,
have you tried the vaping, brother?
Mate, I forgot to stash mine in my socks when I got here.
Where are you?
I'm in the psych ward.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Volunteered.
Yeah, but still, a psych ward is not a happy place.
Because
it's just...
I forgot there's no leave now and stuff like that because of
Yeah. So you get into the psych ward and you go, okay, cool, I can get my fucking head together. And then you meet motherfuckers and you go, you're never going to get your head together and you're near me. Shit.
Yep. Actually,
and some of them are staff.
Yes.
Yeah, you just go, oh, fuck. But what I find always funny, Johnny, is the biggest motherfuckers you meet. The biggest motherfuckers you meet are usually Maoris or just big white guys. And they're usually, hello, how are you? Look, I want you to stop painting the walls with your faces or I will have to put your head through the wall. And I don't want to do that because you seem like a nice guy to me, but I will do that to you. And you just go, he's asked me nicely and he can kill me with a thought. I'll just do what he says. And then you see him fucking put someone down later and go, you fucking shit. I'm going to be nice to her from now on. I was in a hospital on the roof. I went up there with a guy with muscular dystrophy, another guy with cerebral palsy. We had to basically carry him up there. That was the issue, by the way. At the end of the day, the issue was we took the guy with cerebral palsy on the roof. And they said, what would have happened if it had shook off the roof? We said, we would have caught him. And they said, you've got advanced arthritis and he's got muscular dystrophy. How was that going to happen? And we said, we tied him to the roof. And they said, that's string. That is fucking string. And we said, it's a nylon string. It's rated to 250 kilos. How heavy are you, Timbo? 280 kilos. Timbo, now's not the time for honesty, brother. Timbo, now is the time for 220, 230, not 280. And geez, we got in shit over that. Anyway, so Tufu came up and he had 2-3 smokes with us and said, well, you're all in trouble, of course. I've got to take you down. After watching these beautiful stars, they are beautiful. Did you know there was a meteor shower tonight? And I said, yeah, it's the Taurans meteor shower. And by that time, we had 30 of us up there. It's an old building. This is Johnny's gone. Oh, Johnny's back. It's an old building, right? This is the Parkville campus of Royal Melbourne Hospital, and this building has, it's like 150 years old, Anyway, so there's 30 of us up there going, fuck, this is amazing, because some of these had different elements in their makeup. They were rocky meteorites, and some of them had different elements. So they were red and green and purple, and some of them were gold. And the gold ones would come down and sputter, smoke, and explode, and they were beautiful. And so everyone was just going, this is fucking awesome. We had doctors and nurses up there going, this is just fucking rocks. We had nurses going, how do we get the others up here? How do we get everyone to see this? And Tufu's going, oh, I was actually supposed to get everyone down, but we can wait a little while longer. And this is the beard stream. It is the beard stream.
It is a beard stream.
It is the beard stream.
I want to see. I want to see.
Sorry,
what this jacket?
Is that sheepskin?
No. Oh well, this collar comes off, right?
Yeah.
It's a motorcycle jacket, but
Right.
I'm actually using it in here, both sides. Hang on.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
Oh, lovely.
That's a cartridge for my inhaler thing. You're only supposed to have one at a time.
That's what you need, brother.
That's what we like to see.
Need.
A man with a plan. A man with a plan. That's what
we like to see.
Nice.
Last time I was in sort of observer hospital. It wasn't psych ward. It was nearly psych ward. It was what do they call it? Rehab. I had researched properly, right? Properly, Johnny.
Is this the nitrous oxide story?
The nitrous oxide story.
Oh shit! Here we go. Here we go.
Preemptively laughing.
When you gave yourself a bit of brain damage or whatever.
That's the one. That is the one. Because when you read medical journals,
someone coming in cold and Johnny going, oh, was that when it gave you brain damage? And you say, yeah, and I burst out laughing. They just go, man, that guy's a prick. What is his problem?
No one has to come in cold for that, mate.
No, exactly. Lee's here too. Hi.
Hey guys.
Hello.
So he's beard stream. Bloody, I've read these fucking journals, right? Thing with medical journals is they answer the question you ask. They don't answer any other questions. They don't say, is it unsafe? If you don't ask, is it unsafe? Right. So I'm going, is nitrous safe? And they're going, yeah. And I'm going, sweet. And then later on, I read other journals which go, it will, however, fuck you up in a fairly serious way. And I'm going, where the fuck was that when I needed it? And my doctor was so shitty at me. Fuck, I didn't live that down for months. He still fucking brings it up. And I'm going, well, fucking, you sort out some pain control. Well, it's not my job.
All right.
Fuck you. Anyway, so.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do the tour?
Oh yeah, Johnny was going to show us his room.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
All right, because my battery's getting a bit slow, so I'll have to turn off the camera soon and charge my phone.
All right. So yeah, show us the room before you have to do that.
All right. I just need to bloody switch my camera.
Yeah. All right. Beard stream expanding too. Grasshopper joining us.
Lovely.
Beard stream.
How are we all?
Testosterone heavy live.
I'm good.
Good, mate. Good, mate. I'm turning into an incel.
Fair enough.
No, ahead.
Don't do that.
No, I don't think you're
Hey,
an
do
incel.
you enjoy the pork sausage entirely too much to ever become an incel, mate?
You're right, mate. You're fucking right. It's just
All
not
right.
a fucking one.
All right.
So this is your food
To
allowance.
keep doctors away. Got some apples.
Got some beef jerky.
That
there.
would
I
be
did
my
all of
little
that in one
desk.
sitting.
That's nice.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Oh,
Me rubbish
Nice.
bag, right?
Oh,
I've got
What are you in a hospital or
three
something?
magazines here.
Yes,
I'm in the
he
psych
is.
ward.
Oh, okay.
And this is the one magazine of the 3 that I brought that I'm allowed to read at the moment. I'm only allowed one at a time, apparently. So yeah, bit of shit. I'm
Why does
collecting
that do that?
cups because I bought a water bottle so I wouldn't have to use the cups all the time. But that could be a weapon, you see. So I can't use a water bottle.
Good God.
Random
Good
shit.
God.
Some
Yeah,
of my stash
everything's coming back to me now,
of nicotine
Johnny.
lozenges, and there is some more in there too.
Good work, my man.
Gotta
Good
have
work,
those
my
ready.
man.
Man?
Nice
A
little
cupboard.
safe
Must
if
be
you
a
want to use it.
hospital.
Oh, you've
too
got a
much.
safe. Nice.
And
So they don't let you
yeah,
have a vape in there, do
clothes.
they, Johnny?
No, they do not.
No, I forgot to stash it in my sock.
Man.
Are we in your
yeah.
bed now?
Greatest
Oh,
band in the world.
classic.
Whoa, that's cool.
And let's face it,
Excellent.
AZ,
So
if we
yeah,
were in Johnny's bed, that's
the
not the worst
drummer.
place you've ever been.
Ah!
No. I was fucking being excited. Jesus Christ, Grasshopper.
Me,
I'm
oh,
allowed,
gee.
even I'm allowed a hard on occasionally.
There's me
Not
bed.
very
Hey,
much.
yo, Sting, man.
All right. I tell
I
you what,
noticed
I've been in worse rooms, mate.
I know the glass is hardened.
Bathroom.
I noticed the glasses. Hey, can
Hey,
you
that's
check
a
your bathroom
gigantic.
out?
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've had smaller
It is
bathrooms.
actually a
apartments.
lot. It probably looks a lot bigger. Yeah, it
Can
probably
I
looks a lot
ask,
bigger than what it
Johnny,
is.
where is your nurse
Yeah.
call button? Where's your nurse call button?
I don't think there is one in here.
You
You
fucking
just
kidding
kind of
me?
go to the desk and complain until you blue in the face, and they might do something for you.
Because most falls and accidents in hospitals happen in the bathroom, and what they
So
always
true.
do
Oh, right.
is they put
Well, I
it
think
far away from the
most
toilet and the shower where you're going to have the accident, and you've got to drag yourself on your one unbroken elbow and hit it with your nose, and then you're in front of the
this
door.
happen to you?
It's happened to fucking several people I know. You hit it with your nose, and then of course you're in front of the door, so then they have to bash your head away from the door to get in. However, these days they're making doors so they can flip open both sides. So
I'm loving how the
Um,
webcam's
Well,
bringing up all of
I think
the redness on my face here from my goddamn dog earlier. I was asleep on the lounge and the dog was asleep on my chest. And then the dog heard something and decided that it needed to go like from 0 to Berk shit back crazy in like 0.4 of a second.
Oh no.
Went launching itself at that noise by using its rear fucking paw and jumping off my face.
Oh god damn.
So
It
glad
is
I don't have a
not a
dog
pleasant
anymore.
way to be. It is not a
No.
pleasant way to be woken.
no,
No.
that and
But
having
yes.
your bed
Yeah.
on fire, but that's a different story.
I'm
Oh,
going to be charging my phone, so
you're right,
I
John.
would still be
Well, good.
listening
No,
and talking and stuff.
Yep.
Okay,
a friend of mine years ago, her and a boyfriend, fell asleep when the boyfriend was having a cigarette in bed. And they apparently both passed out from smoke inhalation. And if it wasn't for their neighbor noticing all of the smoke billowing out of their front door and quite literally kicking it in, they most likely would have died.
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
flatmate came into my room because there was a lot of smoke coming out of my room, and I had been studying a lot for it doesn't matter what for. It was a comedy thing, and I was smoking in my bed as per usual, and the smoke was still in my mouth and was burning the bed quite happily, and the corner of the bed was on fire and was billowing away and burning. It had burnt most of the hair off my head and gave me a lovely little burn down the side of my face. But I was crashed out. I was so crashed out.
Also, hello back, Mega Leech. Hope you're well.
Hi, Mega Leech. Anyway, he got a bucket of water and tipped it on me, and I went, "Oh, And then I've looked down and I've seen the cigarette and the hole and the burn and gone, oh, so there's an issue. And he went, yes, there's a fucking issue, Azy. You will no longer be smoking in bed, ever. And I went,
The original iPhone, a friend of mine that I was living with at the time was one of the first people I know to grab one, and it had like a shitty like potato quality camera, but a camera
Yeah.
nonetheless.
yeah,
And he walked into my room once. I always left my bedroom door kind of like cracked, like that
Yeah.
much type thing, so it was never like properly closed.
yeah.
And he noted, like, he heard me snoring, and he kind of just pushed the door open. And I had been lying in bed reading a book like this, and apparently I'd fallen asleep, and the book had gone down over my face. And for the longest of times, the desktop background on his phone was the photo that he took of me before he woke me up, of me lying there with the book on my face.
Ah, man.
Well, Angry Aussie will know that Dr. Camo was my flatmate. And Mr. Angry will also know exactly how angry Dr. Camo can get when his own personal life is at risk for the fuckwitisms of others. Dr. Camo has a real issue.
Falling asleep with a fucking cigarette in the bed is, yeah, I can imagine getting pissed at that too.
But he had a real issue with fuckwitisms. When he saw fuckwitisms, he would call them out and then devise ways to hurt and or destroy those people. And he was at one point a lecturer at the school, at the uni we were at, and he.
Oh, speaking of lecturers at the uni, Dave Cameron was here earlier, and I don't know, he might come back. Who knows?
Well, that was who I was speaking about. Dave
that's what I
Cameron was the
thought.
one who threw the fucking water at me, going, "You fucking are not allowed to smoke in bed ever again." And I was saying about Dave
Is that
and
Spritz angry?
What?
Is that Spritz?
I am going to do a whiskey highball. This is really yummy. Cappy, an Australian soda maker. They make tonics and sodas. This is
okay.
Sparkling water. They got blood orange, but there's no sugar in it. There's no artificial sweetener in it. So it's like soda water with this really light blood orange flavor. It's yummy.
No, it reminds me of those old Spritz bottles. You remember the different flavors, but they were all clear?
Yeah. I remember them.
Sodas, tonics. This is an interesting one. Distiller's Cola. This is meant to be a much more traditional cola for high quality mixing. I might have something with that. But I got ginger ales. I got sodas.
Man, that sounds interesting. That cola.
It is. You can get it like Dan Murphy's. Fever Tree make really good mixes.
Fever Tree. I wonder if there's such a thing called a fever tree, or if they've just gone Fever Tree.
No, it is. That's where it's cinchona. It's where cinnamon comes from.
Oh, there you go.
The bark of cinchona, because it was a treatment for
what the
God? What was the thing that the sailors got?
Then why did Glen Cairn just try and call me?
I don't know.
Oh, it's because my mouse touched it.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry. Okay, Glen Cairn is my psychiatrist, right?
The British invented tonic for?
If my psychiatrist is trying to call me at 10 o'clock at night after watching this fucking stream, I'm in deep shit.
That would be funny. That would be genuinely funny.
Oh, man. It would be genuinely hilarious if your psychologist saw this stream, found an invite link, came, psychiatrist, sorry.
And
saw the link for the join, jumped in and went, Anthony, you and I need to talk.
Adrian, I'm coming to pick you up in my Mercedes. It is maroon girls' school uniform, maroon. You will meet me at the front. I will have 2 injections for you, and then we are going to Royal Melbourne. Is there a hospital? Is it not?
Oh my goodness, my psychiatrist has a Mercedes as well.
And I would have to go, yes, Dr. Vickers, because you are cleverer than I am, and you could probably get the police to do it for you if I don't.
So my mum lives in a place called Hivesville in Queensland. Now
It's
to
a
get there
great
from
name.
here,
It's a great name.
it is in the middle of no and where. It's like literally out in the back of the sticks. The first time that we went there to visit my mum, we drove from here to mum's place, and it's just over 16 hours. The second time we decided that we would fly and then get a rental car.
Yes,
When
you will.
we
Yes, you
we
will.
flew up
Ever,
to
forever again. Forever
oh
again,
yeah
you'll do that.
oh yeah, so we flew to Maroochydore and went up to the rental place, and I'm like, yeah, so we rented a car. It was like a Toyota Yaris or something like that. And they were like,
No.
"Oh, we've got this promotion on at the moment. If you just spend an extra $20, just 20 extra, you could get this Mercedes SUV to have for the few days that you've hired the car for."
Thank you.
And I was like, "All right, then, no worries." The worst. Well,
Just doing the rounds, mate.
Right.
okay,
Oh, no, that was from Johnny. It's okay.
yeah, that was
That's
Johnny.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
no, you're right, but
No, don't be
What-
sorry. It happens all the
Good
time.
John. Whoa.
It's
Worst-
you know,
absolute
when I
worst
need to be
fucking car
clean.
that I have ever driven.
And she
that
was a
Mercedes
bit of
SUV.
a looker too.
Really?
Woo.
Well, that's always nice.
Well, there's
Ask
nothing
for a
wrong with
spot
that.
Yeah.
note.
That's good.
All right.
Yeah. No,
Wait, look.
that Mercedes SUV was the worst fucking car I've ever driven. Don't ever
Yeah.
get one ever.
Seriously.
I'm
Because
gonna do a
Mercedes have been
highball.
known. Do a highball.
This is the Australian distillery. I actually invested in this distillery, Bakery Hill. They were raising funds to move from country Victoria to Melbourne CBD, and they're opening their Melbourne.
Oh,
thing
why
next
couldn't
year.
they stay in country Victoria? That's where I am.
Oh, this
Okay.
dude.
Yeah.
Tell me where you are another
Strictly
time, and I'll
Sega.
tell you where the good places are. But I
Strictly
think
Sega.
they.
Bendigo.
Sorry. Strictly Sega said in the chat there that Sony and Samsung Android phones have had bigger and faster internals than Apple's. That is true, but it is not as refined as Apple's products. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah,
Yes.
everybody that owns an Android phone has got features that Apple hasn't had for years, and
True
Apple's
story.
only just starting to implement
True
them now.
story.
Yeah.
True
But
story.
Apple always wait for the Android users and all of that sort of stuff to go through all of the first gen issues with it, bloody firmware issues with it, and all of that sort of stuff, and then they implement it afterwards.
After
Yeah.
So
Jobs fucked.
don't get me
Apple
wrong.
and
Don't get me
lost
wrong.
his
I am
job.
not trying. I am not in any way, shape, or form an Apple fanboy. But I will say that
After.
in my own personal experience and my wife's personal experience as well, having Android and iPhones in our lives, iPhones have been better, faster, more reliable, and longer lasting than any Android that we have ever owned. It is a
The-
personal experience.
The change. The
Yeah.
change came about when Jobs fucked Apple and got fired,
In the
and
90s.
it was because he didn't let the technology he wanted mature. When he came back and rebought his company and brought along his ideas, he said, "What we're going to actually do is let the technology mature properly." And then they said, "Oh, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. Other companies are doing this technology too." And he said, "Don't worry about it. Let them bump over the hurdles and go over the speed bumps, and we will watch them go over the speed bumps, and
So
we
true.
will go and take all of the open source stuff that we can find and put it in our stuff." And you know what was strange? The strangest thing I ever saw was there was a Blender 3D CGI thing, open
Yeah.
source. They had a UI slider, no big deal, just a slider that they were trying out. And in the next 2 years, Apple had it. It was the same slider, and it was like, you just ripped that off from them, didn't you? And it was like, well, they couldn't do anything about it. It was open source. It wasn't theirs.
Although
And,
to
you
give
know,
Apple credit, the M1 chip, which they are the first company to do a consumer level chip at
Yep.
large scale production and make their
True
fucking
story.
own from the ground up, is
Mhm.
actually really impressive. To give them full credit.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
not wanting to shit on all this nerd talk, but I'm drinking whiskey, and I would probably be very much upsetting these guys because they're very serious, just making a highball with it. This is their cask strength peated malt. They're basically
Mm.
following the Scotch whiskey way of making single malts. Like most Australian whiskey makers age their whiskey for 3 years, maybe 5 years. Bakery Hill aged their whiskies for 7 to 13 years.
Which is considered a long time in Australia.
And this is 60% ABV, cask strength peated whiskey that I'm just making a highball with, which, again, because they're very serious people, they would probably be mortified that this is how I am choosing to drink their whiskey. But, you know.
Just shooting a question to the actual alcohol drinkers, because I'm not, and I've never looked into it, so I don't know much. But apparently aging whiskey in places like Australia is a lot more difficult because of the climate that we've got. It's too fucking hot, apparently.
It depends
It's
where
different.
and how.
It isn't more difficult. It's different. And because we have in most places, say outside of Tasmania, our climate fluctuates more widely. Like Scotland's
That's the problem.
climate
Four
doesn't
seasons in one
fluctuate
day.
that much over a year. But in many places of Australia, the low in winter and the high in summer, the difference is 45 degrees Celsius, which is
really a lot.
It's fucking insane. But also, it just means it's different. It doesn't mean it's more. It doesn't mean it's more difficult. It means it's different.
It also means that the flavour that you're going to get out of your whiskey is going to be really quite different.
I'm sorry, everybody, but Abigail is letting us all know that we are apparently gay.
Well, this is a super gay-looking lineup.
Well, I'm not gay per se, but I have done a lot of gay things.
Look,
I've done a lot of heterosexual things as well. I've done a lot of bisexual things.
She's halfway right. She's halfway right with me. Like it's, I'm very 50-50 split. You know.
Aidsy, pasta or noodles.
He's eating 2-minute noodles. You can see it clearly.
It's actually Black Sea caviar, which has been albinized, Dr. Cameron. And as you know, I don't put black things into my mouth because I don't want the miscegenation of the Negro to come into
you racist bastard, Aidsy.
No, I think there's been some big black things in his mouth more than once. I'm just throwing it out there.
It was 3 fucking times. It was 3 fucking times just because.
And we're talking about blood sausage. To be clear to anybody in the chat here, we're talking about blood sausage.
Oh, we're talking about.
No, we're not.
Serious.
No, we're not. I cannot eat blood sausage. I will suck black dick and have.
Holy shit!
I cannot eat blood sausage.
Mike Finch is here too.
Albinized. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Albinized.
These are old school guys from our uni.
Yeah. Oh, Mike, I saw your excellent portrayal of me in the photo. I've got to say, Mike, time has been great to the chicks. It hasn't been good to you and I. What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened?
I am not a member of this uni clique at all, but that's still really just funny to me.
It's just,
I've seen Aisy's blood sausage.
Great, still. Like, it's 30 years later. I'm not bullshitting you. It's 30 years later, and they look great. Me and Mike didn't quite a shadow of your performance. True. It was a shadow of my performance. I did on-point dancing in steel-capped boots. It hurt my feet. But our teachers were the girls in the circus. And they said, while you boys were off doing fucking soccer, we were off doing dancing, and they were bitches to us. They were fucking mean. They would hit us with sticks, and I went, "Fucking, you did get hit with sticks." They said we fucking did, and we learnt to fucking plie, and I plied bloody well
Oh
too.
God. Okay, so
Um,
a friend of mine, her son is studying ballet, and he's been doing it for a few years now. He absolutely loves it. He just told me my newest offensive joke. Are you ready for this one, AZ?
I'm
I
sure
am.
he is.
I'm just remembering a lot of this.
The
Yeah,
fairy
go on.
godmother.
What's the difference between soy and a dildo?
What's the difference between
I
soy
don't
and a
know.
dildo?
Nothing.
not
They're
sure.
both nothing. They're both meat substitutes.
Womp womp.
Uh,
Yeah, anyway.
Lee,
Good
if you're
one,
talking
mate.
to us, bud, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Talking to my son. Sorry.
I know that.
you're right, bud.
Then it's good that you're on mute.
Yeah, meat substitutes. First position. Right.
Abigail asks, "How
Oh,
does she
I
stop
don't know.
coughing?" Abigail, I have no idea what it is that you're doing to make yourself cough. But
Yeah. She's
being
not
that
well.
being that you're a woman and being that we live in this patriarchal society, I need to blame it on you. Okay,
Yeah.
these are the rules.
I think that's mansplaining properly. Mansplaining correctly. You know, if you
Have you tried not coughing? You know, it's
Have you-
like,
that's another good mansplain. Have you tried
Yeah.
swallowing
Well,
instead of just
the other option
being-
is the
yeah.
other option is that you drink a shitload of laxatives because then you'll be too afraid to cough.
Oh, that's not funny because I had a shitty day. Today, I had to get on the tram to go to the doctors so they could beat me up. And I was being afraid because they were going to beat me up. And then I was on the tram late already, and there was a fucking ambulance in the way of the tram. And I'm going, get the fucking ambulance out of the way of the tram. They're dealing with a critical case of someone who's dying and shit, needing to go off to the hospital. And I'm going, I need to go to the doctors because of my toes, which are much more important than your fucking brain injury through shooting. Whatever. And so finally the tram goes again, and I rang up the reception warrior women. I don't call them girls, I call them all warrior women because it's a lot easier. Because you get these Greek guys and they're going, "Yes, I want to get to do this. I have made mess in bathroom." Why did you make a mess in the bathroom? I was standing on seat and I missed. Why were you standing on the seat? I don't like sitting on someone else's button. So standing on seat, yeah, I might miss. I get girl to fix.
You're almost.
And they're really very, and they get really quite upset. So I go, "Hello, warrior women," and they love me. Anyway, so I'm late, right?
Mega Leech asks you, AZ. Mega Leech
Yeah.
asks you, are your toes still like Savaloys that have been boiled for too long?
Oh no!
Oh.
No, they're like Savaloys that have been burnt too long and chewed by dogs. Um,
Oh no.
Oh man, that is good.
and just when they were getting better, this week it was funny. It was so funny. Just this week on Wednesday, they blew up and they're all bleeding.
Yes.
Lovely.
Oh, how we
Yeah.
Your definition of comedy and mine are vastly fucking different there, AZ, my dear friend.
Very funny. And so I get to walk around in the discotheque boots, which I've all shown
I'm
you.
coughing because I have a cold or something. Right. Well, what are you doing going out and getting a cold, Abigail?
Oh, virinitis, hey?
I've got a syrup which can stop you coughing, but you've got to suck it out of it.
If I keep that up, I swear to God, Abigail knows where I live. She'll fly up and smack me and sleep with my wife. So
yeah, I've got a syrup. It's called laudanum. It quietens most coughs for several days.
Actually,
you
have
lose
a
a couple of
syrup
days.
called laudanum. I'm coming around to your house with money. Anyway,
I actually ducked in to learn which two sci-fi luminaries share a birthday, which I clearly missed. But the unexpected presence of Uncle Adrian, complete with horrifying medical anecdotes, is an excellent and unexpected surprise.
Yes.
Well,
This was a bit of trivia, and I thought it was worth noting. I was looking up, did anything notable happen on these days? There's a few interesting birthdays on this day, but it is a shared birthday, not the same date, same year, but the same date. Arthur C. Clarke, Phillip K. Dick, both born on December 16th.
Wow.
Given they are two of the biggest names in 20th century science fiction, I thought it was a very interesting coincidence that they share a birthday, which may be why Dave Cameron brought up the birthday paradox earlier. And
so they're not watching us through YouTube. They're watching us through something else, are they?
They're on Facebook. See the
okay.
Book face.
I am eating
the face of books.
10-minute noodles, and it's not caviar. Dave, you're right. Camo, I apologise for my lie, and I need punishment. Whenever you feel like coming to Melbourne to give me that punishment in little white bags, do so, and we will share my punishment together.
You're an absolute whore, ADSy, and I love it.
I think I've read like 4 or maybe 5 Arthur C. Clarke books. I got an anthology when I was a teenage science nerd.
Hey, does anyone know why Arthur C. Clarke moved to? It's now called Sri Lanka. Does anyone know?
What,
I
the
know
fuck
why.
little boys?
I do not.
He was about to get arrested for pedophilia. Yes.
I will be. Oh wow. Okay. I will be right
That's not
back
a
because
punch
my
the
drink
guy.
bottle is empty. I'm going to go and change that.
Yeah.
I
I remember there was,
now.
I
There
used
was
to make peach iced tea all of the time for myself. Nowadays, I make mango iced tea, and it's so good.
nice.
Mm.
I remember there was a funny movie from the 90s with Jeff Goldblum called The Tall Guy, and Emma Thompson plays a nurse that he's got the hots for, but he's too nervous to just say, I've got the hots for you. And so he invents reasons to go back and see her. He says he's going to somewhere in Africa. So he has to go back and get heaps of immunizations. Mike's dipping out. Lovely to see you, Mike. Nice coincidence that you got it's coming to see Uncle ADSy.
Good to talk to you, bro.
Yeah.
Very good to talk to you. And
Yeah.
let's try and maybe actually physically see one another at some point. I can't go anywhere, but my number is always the same.
So
it hasn't changed since forever.
Mine has.
What was the the English playwright? Prick up your ears, Joe.
Not Biden, surely.
He got Killboy's boyfriend.
Yeah. Whacked in the head with a hammer.
Yeah, smacked him in the head. He was
Joe Orton.
Joe Orton. Yeah.
Yeah. No, because it's just thing because when Jeff Goldblum's character is nervously trying to talk is saying which country he's going to, they're like, yeah, Joe Orton went there to fuck little boys. I went, that's not why I'm going there. But okay, everyone else got it. Mike got it, Nettie got it, and Dave all prompted me as Joe Orton. I actually remembered it on my own. How much gin do you have to drink to get rid of this cough? You need about half a dozen of shots of gin to not care about the cough anymore.
And then you need to come over to ADSy's place where I can give you the syrup.
Yes.
It's a special syrup.
Oh, okay. Dave's taking it back. Mike doesn't say. That's pals joshing.
Yeah,
Bang,
ADSy, on the other hand, does
down upon his head. Sorry.
Maxwell Silverhammer.
Silverhammer. It was.
Oh my goodness! The other Beatles,
Sergeant
except
Pepper's
Paul
Lonely
McCartney,
Hearts
actually
Club,
did not enjoy it. They did not enjoy recording Maxwell Silverhammer. Ringo was like, we had to do it several effing times before we finally got it.
Yeah.
I just remember my sister was a big Peter Frampton fan, so she loved the movie version with the Bee Gees and Peter Frampton, which I'm sure every Beatles fan hated.
I don't.
Yeah, it was weird actually. The Beatles had, say, 95% of their songs that they loved, yeah, and 5% of their songs which they just fucking hated, and some of them were songs which everybody loves, yeah. So
Yeah.
they all loved "Hey Jude," and it was the most ridiculous song. It goes for 15 minutes. You can't play it on the radio, right? It's the song you play when you're a DJ and you need to go for a piss, or you need to go for a poop. We had remember the song in Studio 4 that we played? It was it wasn't a Stone Temple Pilots. It was the other one.
Certainly wasn't
The
Stone
Happy
Temple
Mondays. It was the Happy Mondays song that we used to play.
What, Fool's
uh,
Gold?
Fool's Gold, and then we used to run off to the Ponton toilet, go to the toilet, and then bolt back because it used to go for like 20, 15 minutes.
What?
And-
Dude, you're an amateur. I had a collection of 12-inch singles. I could just put them on. And it's like, okay, here's a 10-minute remix of that 3-minute pop song.
Yeah, bye. Or okay, welcome to Studio 4. It's about
Oh yeah. Interestingly enough,
10,
the song called
15.
"How Do You Sleep" by John Lennon was making fun of Paul McCartney.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And Silly Love Songs was his reply.
Yeah.
How do you sleep
It's a
at night?
constant
was-
point of contention between my wife and I. I can't stand the Beatles. I think they're entirely fucking overrated and boring, and my wife absolutely loves them.
But they're of their time, I think.
They're of their
They
time.
are of their time.
They were groundbreaking for their
The
time.
other thing too, you've got to
They're the
remember
world's
was
first
that
boy band.
yes, they were, but then they also adapted, and you've got to understand that
And they knew when to leave the party.
that
And
they
they
did,
disbanded.
and bloody Lennon adapted, and so did McCartney. They both changed as the world went on. I mean, I know that after listening to the Beatles for a little while, you just go, it's a bit shit. But then later on, they were very, very different. And then when they split, they were different again. Band on the Run these days sounds all a little bit meh. But at the time, it was very, 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 very new. And what
I mean, look at just
what
half
Lennon
the.
was doing was all about American politics because they were trying to throw him out of the country. And he got a ringside seat to the corruption of American politics, and that's what he was singing about.
Wasn't there a point there where one of the presidents like actively had him under CIA or FBI?
Nixon.
John Lennon.
It was Nixon.
John Lennon and
Nixon.
Yoko Ono were closely under close supervision of the FBI and CIA
Yeah.
because they were
Nixon.
anti-war, and they also said
Nixon
communism is
was
not a bad
also-
idea
Nixon was
either.
a paranoid alcoholic, but yeah, he
Yeah.
hated John Lennon. He fucking hated John Lennon.
Who did?
Communism does work very well on paper, not so much in practice.
Not so much in practice.
You mean like capitalism? It's just like,
I'm not saying that it's any better or worse than capitalism. I'm just saying that same as capitalism works
Yeah.
great on paper.
I saw this turd in 2007 smugly sit in this TV studio saying how wonderful capitalism was and how it fucked over communism and how it had made everybody rich and everybody happy and how it had stormed through the world and how everyone who had embraced capitalism had a much better life. And then of course 6 months later the whole fucking thing fell over because they couldn't even follow their own rules, which they'd written themselves to benefit themselves, which is what privilege means. It means private law, right? They've written the laws for themselves against everyone else, to basically keep everyone down, and then they couldn't even keep their own laws. And then the whole thing crashed, and Mr. Smug was nowhere to be seen. Basically, what we what really blew my mind was the ABC, Foreign Correspondent. They did a special, which was an hour, and they said, "Look, I don't know if you know this, but these packaged up bonds that are, these packaged up loans that are cut up and repackaged and sold on, aren't actually worth what they're being sold for. At some point, somebody's going to say, I want my money back. And the money that they've been sold for isn't going to be there." And they did that 18 months before the crash. And then when the crash happened, the ABC ran the same story again and said, yeah, because everyone in America said, "Oh, no one could see this coming. No one could see this coming." And then ABC went, "There was this, there was this that we showed you," and they had interviews and they had numbers. You know what they're like. I know it was the Four Corners. Sorry, it was the Four Corners. You know what Four Corners is like. They have their numbers and their ducks in a row. They don't fuck around. And basically, it was like, you can feel free to jail these people if you want. And of course, then these people turned up to Obama and said, "If you jail us, we will crash the economy." That's essentially what they said. They said, "We will destroy the economy if you jail us."
If you
And he went,
strike me down, I will only become more powerful. Sorry, did I think they were Jedi?
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, all I was hearing,
It's funny because it's apt.
yeah, we started talking about this. All I'm hearing is the Monty Python anarchist peasant bit.
Yes.
So I actually looked that up with, what are the alternatives to communism or capitalism? Well, we take it in turns to act as a sort of executive officer of the week, but all decisions of that officer have to be ratified at a special bi-weekly meeting by a simple majority in cases of purely internal affairs, but by a 2/3 majority in the case of more major events.
Is that Monty
shut
Python?
Shut up. Oh, now we see the violence inherent. Now we see the violence inherent in the system.
Come see the violence inherent in the system.
Help on being repressed.
Yeah.
I said that to a cop once and it didn't work.
Life of Brian, isn't it?
He didn't stop.
See, Monty Python is Monty Python is another thing that I just never got. Like it, there's one part of one Monty Python thing that I've always loved, and that's in the life of Brian. And he's not the Messiah; he's just a very naughty boy. That made me giggle quite a bit.
Yes, Strictly Sega has a classic Monty Python line. I don't want to be. They say American beer. What's American beer and making love in a rowboat have in common?
Nothing. They're both pretty fucking close to water.
Yeah. Listen, Grasshopper. I mean not to be rude by any stretch of the imagination. How old are you, mate? Roughly.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm 43, mate.
Okay. Because I'm trying to think. Because comedy is always of its time and of its culture. Yeah. And there's just no way of getting around that. The comedy that you see in the rooms today is always going to be different to the comedy you see in the rooms 10 years ago.
Hopefully.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Oh, no, trust me. I've been around because I was thinking about doing some night lighting, or some moonlighting, I mean, to get fresh again. And I could do it, but I would have to, it'd be very special.
No, I've always been a fan. I've always been a fan of, say, like Robin Williams stand-up, Billy Connolly type stand-up. Billy Connolly more so than Robin Williams for me personally, but it was one of those things. My dad, all of my friends growing up, all of my friends now, even all huge Monty Python fans. And I mean, it's through my friendships with them that I know all of the bloody quotes, not because I've watched it, just because I've heard it said so many damn times.
Yeah.
And reciting Monty Python routines did get old a very long time ago, says the guy who just recited a Monty Python routine. But,
my niece, AD, my niece is trying to become a stand-up comedian herself at the moment.
Yeah. difficult to do.
So what I plan to do is slowly feed her and my nephew, her brother, because he's also quite a good actor. When he was about 12, he was in the Mary Poppins stage show in Melbourne.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He was making more money than me when I was working.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
They
even though
usually do,
they're
mate.
both very, very talented, they lead very boring lives. Okay. And every now and then my life becomes very exciting, shall we say,
Yep.
when I go manic.
Have dramatic moments.
So my plan is to feed them all my silly stories when they go manic, and they can change the names and create their art from that.
Well, that's one way to do it. But
Um,
what's important, Johnny, is that they have their own manic moments. See,
well, you know, I'll probably have to force feed them some kind of drug for that to happen.
well, this is it, right? You
Rather fucking dark, but okay.
you basically get a chance.
They're very
in life.
sane people.
Of course, and that's actually kind of a good thing. A trick that you can tell your niece and nephew is to go around on public transport with earphones on and have no music playing. Have
Yep.
I've done that before.
have them bop their head, yeah, to the music that's
And
not
just
playing,
observe.
but listen to what people are saying because people say shit you cannot write.
Oh,
Right.
the best one for me is heading out on the train with several friends of mine, all of whom are profoundly deaf. So we were communicating via sign language only. 4 stops after we hopped on, my wife then joined us, who is also hearing, and is way better with sign language than I will ever be. I am conversational at best. Oh, Johnny
Yeah.
just left. I am conversational at best. My wife is a full-fledged interpreter. She knows the shit. Anyway, we're heading out to the city. We're going to Darling Harbour, and we were just sitting there, just talking about what was going on in Darling Harbour that night, what we were going to get up to, what we are going to do afterwards, just basic, throwaway type conversation. And a group of people that was sitting about 2 seats behind us, but on the opposite side of the carriage, we heard everything that they had to say. And suffice it to say, it doesn't bear repeating, but they were horrible fucking toxic pieces of shit. Every single one of them, the shit
See,
that they were
I can't
spouting out.
imagine that in Sydney. I can't imagine that in Sydney.
Oh my god, waiting in lines for concerts and footy, etc. The stories you hear, holy fuck. Yep.
They're great. They're great. They're fucking
Yep.
amazing. You can't write that shit.
But
Just quickly,
Oh, man.
2 girls
No.
walking past a service station. One of the girls says to the other, Desiree had her kid. Oh, what was it? The girl. Oh, did she give it a name? Yes, Karosene. Oh, I haven't heard that. It's a Japanese name spelt Kerosene. Karosene.
Okay. No, well, anyway, to finish off the story,
Please do.
one of the girls that was with us, not to put a too fine a point on it, but she's rather endowed, would be a good way to put it, I guess.
Would be one way to say.
And a couple of them were talking about what they would like to do with said endowed friend. And my wife was interpreting for her what this piece of shit was saying. And she just started pissing herself laughing. Now, I was going to get up and actually turn around to them and say, hey, what the fuck? Keep your bullshit opinions to yourself. And I signed to them and I said, excuse me. And they all went, no. Let them keep on talking. This is one of our favorite things to do as deaf people, is sit around with an interpreter, let people say
And
what they're going to
listen.
say, and actually tell
listen.
us what the hell is going on, because
Yeah.
to us, this is hilarious. So sit down and just let it happen. I'm like, okay then. So I sit there and just let this all play out. And it's just many, many, many more comments about her boobs. Now, she can speak if she chooses to, but she, for the most part, chooses not to, because she's aware that she's got the deaf accent. She's aware that she might sound a bit funny, and she's self-conscious about that. But as we stand up, like, we're hopping off the train and arseholes are still sitting where they were, we very deliberately walk past them, and Deaf Friend has turned around to them and just gone, "On your best day, you don't deserve me at my worst. Fuck every one of you," and just turned around and walked out.
Why?
My wife and I were just like, "We fucking love you. That was
Oh,
beautiful."
Would you like some ice for that fucking bird? Oh,
Doc.
hey, doctor. Oh my
Hello.
god. Would you
I-
like
I
us to
missed-
call?
I missed the burn. I missed.
Okay, please, please.
She turned around to them and said, "On your best day, you don't deserve me on my worst. Get fucked, every single one of you," and flip them the bird.
Oh,
It
Nice.
was
oh,
fucking
They
that
deserved
beautiful.
it.
got
yeah,
to sting.
yeah.
It has to
And
sting.
it was made all the more, I guess, confronting, more. It had more impact because she said that with a very thick deaf accent, but with such a tone of finality that there was no coming back from it. It was
But
just
there's
great.
not.
mwah.
There's just not. It's like she's either heard us or been translated to, and I, the fucking fully hearing person, have just been fucking put in the nosedived into the shit by the tard. I am less than anything that I thought I was. That is the best part of this, because people are always trying to. Okay, this is a very big thing for me at the moment. All right, because I've been looking at the cultural differences between picking people up sexually in English-speaking countries, because I'm going forward with the incel program, and in Australia, it's a different culture to the United States, which is a different culture to the UK. And in the United States, it's a very different culture. And in the United States, also, there's a racism element that is quite terrifying. Basically, it's about the expectation of superiority and men's expectation of superiority over the women that they expect to have sex with. So they do things like, I'm going to take you out and give you dinner and a gift and some flowers and shit, and you're going to have the sex with me. The trouble is that the women are part of it, and
Checking out of this conversation.
yeah, fair call.
No problems, Abigail.
And as part of this, I'm learning all over the shop. There's these expectations of superiority that happen, particularly in racism, and also in the forms of sexism. So bringing that understanding back together again is tricky. Doable, but just tricky to get people to see it. That's the hard part.
Well, I
Just
think
to get people to see it.
it kind of reminds me of those guys who get intimidated by
I'm with
a sexually liberated woman, like one who is aware, accepting, and proud of her own sexuality and her as a sexual being. They are
Abigail, you can change the subject anytime.
yeah, no. If you want to
It's
change the
kind
subject,
of moved
I'll
on.
shut up.
It's sort of moved on anyway.
Can I please?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would you like to change it to?
I'm going to do a tasting.
Oh, you got that. Yeah, do a compare.
Yes, I'm going to compare my favorite gin, the Melbourne Dry, Patient Wolf.
Melbourne
I
Dry.
just bought this, the Archie Rose Straight Dry.
Which
So,
I also bought this week.
Your voice
Now-
does very much sound like you're coming up the arse end of the cold there. That sounds
I'm
horrible.
coughing, and yeah, tell me about it. So I've
Was
got.
it the spicy cough or just a flu?
It was just a flu. No, I've been
Oh, yeah.
doing rat tests.
Sorry
So
to
I've
hear
got
it,
some
darling.
soda water and lemonade. Yeah, your missus has been really sad about me being out of action as well, Grasshopper. So
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
You rather
You
did
did
open
sort
the
of tee
door.
up.
You
Yeah.
sort of did open the door for that one, mate.
Look,
I was-
it is a cornerstone of mine and Abigail's friendship, and the best part is my wife loves every second of it. Every time I tell Eleanor, Abigail was like, "Oh, the reason why you couldn't find your wife the other night was because I couldn't let her out of a cage." And
Yeah,
Eleanor's
of course.
response is usually
Of course.
because the bitch hides the keys from me, or
Yeah,
something along
every
those
time.
lines. Like,
Yeah.
it's just a lot of fun. I
What
love
are
it.
you
Well-
supposed to fucking do? Anyway,
Well,
so
she's got a fair bit of competition nowadays, believe it or not. So
Yeah, no, you have a girlfriend these days. If I remember rightly, their name was also Abigail.
sort of girlfriend, but also my previous lady friend has entered the picture again from
Oh,
last year. So she was going through some stuff and wants
so
to
Abigail's ex has entered the chat, I
reconnect.
guess. Abigail's ex has
So
entered the chat. Well, I
yeah.
wish you hundreds of hours of awesome time together.
Anyway,
well, so
I'm just gonna pour myself a tiny bit of this.
Abigail sandwich, right?
Well,
you want-
actually,
that can be arranged.
Here's
you
what we
want
can change
some-
the subject to.
Condiments
Just something that
to
we
the
can talk
Abigail
about.
sandwich. I just thought,
No,
no,
we're good.
no.
Nah, sorry.
You've probably got more
Yeah.
chance with me, and you've got no chance with me. So it's like,
So I really like the Melbourne Dry, and thank God my sense of smell is still intact,
so it's
even
not
after
COVID, because you still
COVID.
got a sense of smell. Yeah.
Oh, I love the scent. I love the juniper smell from the patient wolf.
Yeah.
The topic that we could talk about is the breakthrough in fusion power generation that we just had.
Ooh.
Oh, we
And
had
it was-
Yes,
and
we've
it was
been
on
talking
Twitter.
about that all week.
It
Yes,
was a bit
Dr. Abigail
good.
sent me a good video. There's
Yeah,
a good, fun, entertaining explainer with Neil deGrasse Tyson and this kind of hip hop guy who's clearly not.
Oh,
a scientist.
Chuck.
Chuck's like,
Chuck-
yo, man, should I be happy about this? Is this a big thing? Is this?
So
this is the
Whoopsie.
peristaltic.
motherfucker. So
This is the peristaltic one that pushes it in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the one where
yeah.
it's not
With
done by
lasers.
magnets. It's
Well-
it's inertial.
Yeah.
So
and they
so-
hit it with lasers.
Neil deGrasse Tyson on his podcast for years and years on Star Talk, he's always tried to include a comedian for levity, and Chuck has been a regular for so long. They have a really good
comedian
rapport.
Of color.
That's good.
And
Whatever. Yeah.
oh shit, I got some magic cards wet.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh
I
no!
want to throw in the one joke Chuck put in, because this guy has become versed in science from talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Neil deGrasse Tyson's
Yes.
like, so what happens if the two positively charged protons come close together? And he's going, oh, it's like when you're at a cocktail party and you meet someone who's just like you, and you go, I don't like that guy. I don't want to be around that guy.
They
And
remind me
then
of
he cracks up
me.
laughing and goes, the hell am I saying this? We're talking science, and I'm talking about meeting people at cocktail parties I don't like. No, he's just going, two positively charged protons repel. And then, Neil talks about how the thing, you force them together and you use more and more energy to force them together, and eventually
Strong
this
nuclear
strong
force.
actually combines them.
Combines
And he does the big build up, and he's saying to the guy, what do you think that makes these the nucleus of these protons join. What do you think this very strong force is called?
Quantum love.
It's called yeah. What did he call it? It was
Quantum love.
quantum love.
Quantum
The comedian's got it
love.
called quantum
Oh, wow.
love. And Neil has these. No, it's called strong nuclear force.
Yeah.
Everybody
Okay,
will
so-
now be calling it quantum love. guys.
Quantum love. Yeah.
And then they
It is
started
now
singing
quantum love,
disco
yes.
songs to quantum love, baby. It's just
It's- Okay, so this is just soda water. I'm just cleaning my palate.
cleaning your palate.
Well, hopefully this
And
time you
now
also don't spray it 2/3 all over your apartment.
Oh well.
Oh,
Well,
Sorry, Nick.
speaking of your wife.
Oh, spraying all over your apartment. Oh.
Oh. Why do I love you, Abigail? Why? Oh.
Ooh, she went there. He went there.
Just
Okay,
You know-
so
there's just no winning. There's just no winning.
okay, straight dry from Archie Rose.
Yeah, real
I can. I'm
This is
so
this is
gay.
the straightest Abigail gets. Drinking
Yeah, yeah.
gin.
So, but I can smell the junipers, not as strong.
mm.
I can smell something else in it. I'm not sure what it is. It smells kind of sweet. It says on there's orange peel
Ooh,
in the distillation process, so it could be that.
ooh, that'd be nice.
Taste it.
Well, Eleanor wouldn't be able to go anywhere near that. That'll give her an
Ooh.
instantaneous migraine.
So that is nice.
Yeah.
It is a bit sweeter, and so they've got on the cover lemon myrtle, orange peel, pink peppercorn. I don't know what the fuck pink peppercorn is, but
Pink peppercorn is a different species of black.
Yes, it's just a different
Mm.
sort of pepper. Yeah.
It's
It literally
it's-
is pink as opposed to black.
It's
Okay.
spicy. You know how black peppercorn gives you that sort of sizzly hit. Pink peppercorn gives you a long drawn out sizzle.
I'm way too
Really?
white to eat anything with pepper in it.
Wow.
It's too spicy.
It's very
So you
rare
get
to
No,
find
you,
somebody
you'd
who-
like.
saying
It's
you
very
actually
rare to
like-
find somebody who is a vegetarian who is also like very anti-spice.
Oh,
You would actually
yeah.
like.
I tell
pink
you what,
peppercorn.
I have very strong opinions about spicy food and vegetarian meals.
Yeah.
As do I.
It seems like it is one of those things, especially in vegan meals. I found it seems like as if to make a vegan meal
Yeah.
more flavorful, you add more spice.
Yeah, so that's what I've found, and my opinion is like you can make very tasty vegetarian and vegan meals without killing it with spice, and it's
Yeah.
a sign of a good chef that you do, and it's a
Yeah.
sign of a bad chef to just kill it with spice.
I think
If-
good
if-
vegetarian stuff, you bring the umami up. Whether you're using mushroom or something else, you bring the umami elements up.
Yeah.
And because I'm with you, Dr. Abigail, I'm super white. I can tolerate this much spice. It's kind of like when I go to a new Indian restaurant and I say, "Hey, like you say this one's mild. Is it white person mild? Let's look.
Yeah, or is it?
I
around. Is this?
I
white
walk past an Indian restaurant and say, "Oh, that's too spicy for me." Like
Dr.
I can
Abigail,
feel it already.
Yeah, I've been with Aidsy in Nando's. People having a cheeky Nando's. The chili they have in Nando's kind of permeates the air. Aidsy actually has a life-threatening allergy to chili.
Yes.
And he can
Remember
only-
that time?
I'm exactly the same with the allergy to the chili. Exactly the same.
Remember that time we walked into the crepe place and there was like burnt chili permeating
Yes.
the air?
Yes.
It actually like burnt my nostril hairs.
Yes.
And
Wow.
I was coughing and I had to leave straight away.
Yeah.
It probably would have just killed you
Probably would have
straight
killed
away.
Aidsy.
Probably would have
Yeah.
killed me straight away. Yeah.
No,
It
one
was
of
really
my,
funny. It was after a YouTube meetup because there was a Nando's across from Fed Square, which is where we always used to meet up.
Oh yeah.
And
And
people
everyone said, "Let's go to
Aidsy
Nando's."
going like, yeah, I'll hang out here for a while, but I'm going to have to leave after a while. It's like, no, there is now a sufficient quality of chili in the air that I think I won't be able to breathe in another couple of
and
minutes.
what
so
I-
need
what
to
I
leave.
Check out this LED light that I've got.
Oh,
It's
that
got
is
a
cool.
touch.
Wow.
That's very
Oh,
cool.
Recharges via USB as well.
That's
Cool.
pretty
my,
cool.
Very cool.
My ex-housemate,
is,
he
isn't
used to enjoy getting a Vindaloo every now and again.
Oh, good
And,
God.
That's like-
Vindaloo, Jesus.
That's like the hardcore
hardcore.
fuck off. I don't like my asshole anymore. Kind of curry.
Yeah, no,
Oh, wow.
he like the first time that he got it, like I didn't say anything because like you know, he's a friend and he's just having something to eat, and you know, I don't want to kind of get in the road of that, you know. So I just kind of dealt with it, went in my room, opened the window, turned on the fan, and just kind of dealt. The next time that he got one, I had to get out of the apartment because
Yeah.
it was a tiny
Yeah, it's
little
just too much.
shoebox apartment out at Westmead. And
hardcore.
all I could smell was just chili and death.
Hardcore.
And so I just up and left. When I got home later on that night, he was just like, why do you like get out of here whenever I'm eating chili? And I'm like, because I'm deathly allergic, and
It'll kill you.
like the smell alone is enough to make me feel like as if my throat's starting to close up. Like it's you know, it doesn't smell like chili to me, it smells like fucking death. And his response was, I never fucking thought of that. I knew that you were allergic to chili, but I never thought that it'd smell like fucking death. And I'm like, no, that's like that's all I think of when I smell that is I'm going to fucking die. And from that day forth, he to give him full credit, he didn't bitch, whine, complain, moan, nothing like that. He was just like, okay, I'm only ever going to get a Vindaloo when Shannon's out of the apartment for the night. And that was it.
That was nice. Huh?
Yeah, no, he
It's
was
so nice.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I've told the story before about doing a road trip with Aidsy from Melbourne to Canberra in winter. So it was very cold. And I made snacks for the
Done that
trip,
before.
which was some wraps that had, well, basically a lot of garlic in them and various other things. I'm going, no. And we're driving down the Hume Highway with the windows up. And Aidsy hadn't, this was a long time ago. Aidsy hadn't
We
told...
sort of just really sort of started getting to work hardcore. We just sort of started hardcore working.
So this was more than 10 years ago. And Aidsy hadn't really told me how, because he had chemo for rheumatoid arthritis. He hadn't told me how that had affected him. Basically, very strong smells like garlic are very dangerous. It make him feel very sick. And I was eating all this garlic, and then being a dude, as we're driving down the highway, I let rip this massive burp, this massive garlic burp, and I just go, "Oh my god!" he had to put the window down, and it was in winter, heading towards Canberra on the Hume Highway at 100 kilometers an hour, and he's sticking his head out the window, going, "I'm going to die! I'm going to die!"
And then
what?
And
so
then, so we're booting down the road, and I finally had to say to Angry, "Could we please stop the car?" And he's going, "Yeah, well, why? I'm going to hurl." And so, car stopped.
so
And
even
I'm
garlic.
off.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah.
was really susceptible to garlic, and I didn't know
Well,
it.
burped garlic.
That's because
I
AIDS
can't
is
live
actually
without
a vampire.
garlic.
Oh, I love
That's
it.
because
I
AIDS
love
is a
Doesn't
vampire.
offer to
That's
go.
all it is.
garlic
So-
with
so-
passion. And then, see you, Lee. Have a
Au
good one,
revoir.
man.
See you, Lee.
Bye, Lee.
Navaya melon.
Sorry, Ridgy Didge. Sorry,
Feliz Navidad.
Ridgy
Au
Didge.
revoir.
We're all
Melody.
speaking our own languages here.
Au revoir.
Yeah, and so we're booting down the highway, and I've said, I'm going to hurl, and so when anyone's driving and someone says they're going to hurl, you stop the fucking car, and
You
so
should.
he
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
And
should.
I managed to get out of the car, just sort of leaned out and gaff. Away it went. And he was going, yes, so what's the go? And I said, gaff, explained gaff to him what was gaff going on. And so gaff.
Sorry,
And
it was very funny.
then I was hungry. He said, so the last hour and a half I've been burping, you've been nearly dying. Gaff. Yes. Right. So the blue cheese not a thing. Gaff.
That's right.
No.
I made these wraps, and it had blue cheese and basically stuff with garlic and dip. And I thought I was being very sophisticated rather than just eating chips on a drive. I'd made these wraps, which were super fucking yummy, but I literally almost killed a
And the
thing.
thing was, right, before then,
You almost did what God could not do.
I know. I almost
Bill
did what
AIDS.
God could not do. Yes.
the thing is, before the chemo, I loved garlic. I fucking adored garlic. I adored so many things.
So can
And,
I tell a story about that?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
please.
I have asymptomatic, which means there's no symptoms, but I have asymptomatic gallstones. So I have
Ooh.
gallstones. They're not doing anything.
Mhm.
I can just live my life, and they're just doing their thing and whatever. I found out because I had an ultrasound for something else, and they just happened to find them, which is how how they usually find them.
Yeah.
Without symptoms. And
Yeah.
doctor at the doctor at the time said, "Oh, we should take your gallbladder out." And I literally said to
Holy
him,
cow.
"I am quite attached to my gallbladder. I'd rather not." And he said, "When it goes, you are gonna want to die. It's gonna be so painful. So better now than then." And this was 5 years ago or so. And so
you're sweet.
I'm like, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I've had a couple of close calls. I think it was my gallbladder. If I don't take my reflux medication, then the pain I get is not reflux. It's something next level. It's reflux to the power of reflux.
It sounds particularly nasty.
So anyway, there's a diet you have to go on if you don't have a gallbladder.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it includes not eating garlic.
Oh no.
And I don't know how to live without garlic. I like Italian food, pizza, garlic.
I would have a problem
I'm
without
sorry.
garlic.
I'm
Yes.
just imagining a love song. I don't know how to live without you, baby. Like a little fucking bulb.
Without you,
Yeah.
garlic. Yes.
Yeah, I need to squeeze you in my life, but not now.
No, I think we
can't
should
be-
write songs to garlic. It's just like-
So one day,
Yeah.
one day it will go.
Yeah,
Until
yeah,
that
okay.
day, I
Garlic that up,
will eat
yeah.
garlic.
Oh.
I will love garlic. I will eat all the garlic.
Yeah.
I
had
you know,
a,
if I were in your shoes, I'd have to say I'd probably be doing the same thing. Like
Yep.
I'm
There's
sitting
so
here
much
listening to
shit
you and
that
I'm just
I've
like,
yeah.
Sorry,
I
I
won't be
didn't
able to
mean to
eat
cut you off there.
chocolate. I won't be able to eat anything with like you can eat them. It's just that like things like oily and fatty foods.
yeah.
Like the gallbladder stores up bile so that when you eat these foods, it'll squish them out to process them. But
Yeah.
without the gallbladder, your liver just keeps pumping this bile through.
Mhm.
And so it acts as a laxative. So
Oh, lovely. Okay.
yeah, so and then when you eat greasy food, it just goes straight through you, and you just like shit through the eye of a needle. Basically, it's like really bad for you. I remember eating some butterfish once that had the same effect. Freshly caught. It was absolutely delicious. From South Australia, this fish and chip shop along the coast. But my partner and I at the time,
And
we
butterfish is
regretted it the
gorgeous.
next day.
Butterfish is
Damn,
gorgeous.
that oil just trickled out the next day. It was not
yeah.
pleasant.
Well, butterfish
Um,
is like that. It tastes like heaven, but it goes through you no exits, no waiting.
Yeah.
And if you're not very careful, if you eat too much, you will hurl it as well.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Well, we didn't go that
and
far.
you will hurl as you are shitting it out. So you basically need to sit on the dunny with a bucket, and no one wants that. But they don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
have to
was-
look back into this.
And we were on holiday. We were at a campsite. We were in a
Resort.
cabin, so we were
Yeah.
glamping, but still,
Yeah,
was
no
not
one's
pleasant.
looking for that. Bloody my poor brother. We came to Melbourne to see Phantom of the Opera when I was in high school, and we were wearing clothes that my mother had picked out for us, and I was smoke free for 3 days, and that was not a good fucking thing.
So when you
Um,
say smoke free, are we talking tobacco or a
Tobacco.
certain herbal
Tobacco.
supplement?
Oh, and herbal supplements as well. So I was grumpy when I got off a fucking plane. And then we had to. No, I lie. We didn't get off a plane. We got off a fucking bus. We bussed it to Melbourne. And there were all these old
Oh,
people
busing
there.
is bad.
And they were watching
Buses
old
are the
people's
worst.
moving, and I couldn't smoke. And I was losing my mind. And finally, we got down to Melbourne, and we had the first night, and I was able to buy a packet of smokes and smoke it in the car park. And all these people were looking at me because I was in my not pajamas. What do they call it when you put a coat over? What do they call that? Dressing gown. I was in my dressing gown, and they're kind of looking at me funny. And I was smoking away because you couldn't smoke inside, of course. And anyway, we went to dinner on the night we saw the show. And then my old man said, "Let's go and get some dinner." And we were going up Little Burke, and there were spruikers out the front. And my brother wanted Italian, and the rest of us settled on Chinese. So we all
Almost
had our
the
food.
same. So your brother should have been happy.
Yeah. So we were all, everyone was happy with what they got, and he ate fairly quickly. We were with him, but he ate fairly quickly, so we were happy. And then he was very pleasant with us in the restaurant. Then we went back to the hotel again for the second night, and I was going, thank Christ, we'll be on the fucking bus for 20 hours, and then back to Canberra where I can fuck off and have a cigarette and maybe even a root. And that night he got food poisoning a la death. And we were just coming out of a period of our lives when we would fight every day, like every day. And we would finish fights by breaking each other's fingers. So we meant it. And I managed to give him an eye injury, which he's still got. Both of my fingers are bent, not through arthritis, but through being broken. And I think you can see this one is more bent than this one, basically because he broke that one as well.
So I'm trying to think. Oh, look! You can see how crooked that finger is.
Yeah. Yeah.
That got
Yeah,
smashed
yeah.
by,
Mine's a bit crooked too.
that got smashed by a cricket ball in
Oh,
high school.
I just thought we were sticking our fingers up at
No,
people.
we are. But okay, fun story. This happened in high school when I was in year 10. Got smashed by a cricket ball, and the top bone was like pulverized. It was in 6 to 8 pieces, and it was wrapped up. So it got wrapped up in a bandage, so it stuck out from my hand like this anyway. And also, you know, when you've had an injury in a finger, if you hold it down, the blood goes down and it starts pulsing and it
It
hurts.
starts stinging like fuck, like my toes.
So I had to walk around with this finger. I had to walk around like this.
So surely you would just do that.
No, because it was a really thick bandage.
It's all,
And
okay.
my friends who thought it was hilarious, they would just grab me and go, let's go.
Peace
and
among
have-
worlds.
Hey, look, the principal's over there. Let's go and have a word with him. And so I'd be going, and they'd be going like, sir, how's everything going today? And no one would make mention to the fact I was standing here doing this. And they'd say, everything okay, sir? How's it going? And they thought it was fucking hilarious because it was like this huge bandage. And I was just doing that.
Yes.
Because some fucker crushed my finger in cricket.
Luckily, no injuries on my fingers because clarinet player and all.
Yeah.
I know.
That would be.
And you haven't. Okay. I'm just going to throw it out there. No pressure tonight. You haven't played clarinet for us for a while. So
not with this throat.
No, not with the cold thing. No,
my embouchure is fucked right now.
There. So I just go strictly Sega talking about the double ender when you're sick. The last time that happened to me, I don't remember if it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Someone at the last time VidCon was in Melbourne, some fucker gave me. There was like a version of swine flu that was going around. It was a stomach flu.
I don't know if you can see it. I'm gonna.
What are you showing us?
Like I've got. Maybe that's too much light. I've got a chemical burn on my finger from when I was a teenager.
From when you were a teenager, my God.
Yeah, because I was like, my chemistry teacher fucking loved me so much because I would come to him with experiments that I wanted to try, and I'd do shit at home. And I did this. I picked up a chip of caustic soda.
Oh no! Okay.
And I was like, "Oh wow, what's that? What's wrong with my fingers?" And I'd burnt away some of the flesh, and it has it killed all the nerve endings, and I didn't feel a fucking thing. I didn't feel anything.
Yeah,
and it grew back. It healed really well, but I've got this scar now where the chip. And I didn't hold it for very long, and that was pretty fun.
Yeah, it's probably not showing up, but I've got a scar on my thumb from a plastic burn, which is a throwback to my pyromaniac days as a teenager.
Fair enough.
Burning stuff, and plastic drips like napalm when you're burning it. And
it does.
My friend, who was also a pyromaniac, was burning.
That's how napalm works.
Was going like, "Oh wow, man, it's hot!" And he turned around to me suddenly with this thing that was dripping burning plastic, and dripped several things of burning plastic onto my thumb. And so I was like,
That's
wow,
the
that
kids.
fucking hurt.
The kids in my neighborhood. They used to hold onto a plastic bag like that and light the bottom of it, and wait for the red hot droppings of the plastic to fall down. They called it goofy drops.
Nice.
And it was a popular thing to do amongst the kids that I grew up with, to do that behind somebody without them noticing, and have one of those things like drip onto their bare skin.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, well,
I
that's
have a
why I've
tiny,
got a scar
I
on
have a
my
tiny
thumb.
little scar on the top of my right shoulder from
Oh,
one of
shit.
my
So
friends
sweet.
thinking that was hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, that's Sydney. Um,
So
What
Yeah.
are you
I got
doing?
new reeds for my clarinet because
Yeah.
I had some really old reeds, and these new ones are, it's like I'm playing a brand new instrument. They're so
Oh,
good,
nice.
and
With you
the
talking about
sound.
playing the clarinet, why am I getting American Pie vibes?
Yeah. One time at band camp.
don't
Oh,
push it. Don't push
lovely.
it. I want the real thing. Don't push it. I want the real thing.
Mm,
I'm just.
nice.
It's not a tune. I'm just playing around.
And
Oh,
here's
you
me,
are.
like flat out playing a single note on any instrument, going, "That's really cool."
That is nice. That is really nice.
And then the wolf comes in.
Yes, isn't this Peter and the Wolf stuff? Yeah.
The wolf comes.
Yes.
He eats the duck.
Nice. That
I
was
heard.
very nice. Thank you, Dr. Abigail.
I heard the version
Yes.
that
Nothing
Gary
negative
So-
McDonald
about
did.
So I was in a performance of Peter and the Wolf, and I got my only solo performance in a concert was The Cat, and I got to play it, and that was The Cat. That was
nice.
Nice.
Okay. A friend of mine is about to sit down behind me and play some Fortnite and other games. They have a tendency to get a little
Sure.
bit vocal while playing said game.
yeah,
So I think that I might just jump out here.
and fully like just shotgun cans of drink there. Like
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
really interesting. I'm
Like
not sure
that was impressive. Like
Yeah.
he just
It
had the
was
whole
impressive.
can in his mouth.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
It was
Chris,
impressive.
they can all see you, and they all saw you carrying the vanilla Coke in your mouth, and they're all very impressed. All right. Anyways, love you guys. It was great talking to you all. Ciao for now.
Navaya
Great to see
Melon.
Grasshopper. Have a good one.
Oh my god, that's freaky. I think I want to move us to this view. That
I
was a
think
little bit
so.
freaky.
I think so. That was a little bit fucking. You could see too much of Aisy's face.
No, that's
Um,
that's not so bad.
Oh, I don't feel so hot.
No, you're not good. What's with that?
I've really wanted to catch up with the doctor this week, but knowing
I've been sick. I've been
that the
so
doctor
sick.
was sick, I've also been going. I'm kind of happy she's a bit sick, so I can't really push it as much as I wanted to.
Dr.
Anyway.
Abigail, have I mentioned,
Yes.
because when I work in the city, I'm not that far. Where we met at the Crepe, you know the Crepe place, AZ. It's actually not that far from where I work in the city. But last time Dr. Abigail and I did have lunch at the Crepe place, when I was going back, I saw this thing. It's probably like, wait, that's my cousin's business. As a place, he specializes in doing like the Philly cheesesteak thing and American style things. And that's on the way. So if that's a thing that sounds at all appealing, I'll maybe share a link on Discord or whatnot. But again, I didn't even when he told me he had business, blah, 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 and I thought it was to fuck a suburb or so away. But it's actually quite close to where I work in the city, and which we can maybe do sometime. Was that a sudden painting hitting you, AZ?
Yeah, but I can fix that because I've got drugs. a surprising amount of them actually. And,
Have you ever had a Philly cheesesteak, Aidsy?
I have.
This
Just
place,
the one.
this place proudly says they're the only people who are doing, because my cousin Sammy did live in the States for a while, had an American girlfriend, and they proudly say they're the only ones doing authentic Philly cheesesteaks. So
I would like an authentic Philly cheesesteak with you and Dr. Abigail, because I found a thing that I want both of you to know about.
all right.
That I'm
So
not going
if
to
you're
talk about.
mobile during a day one time that involves being able to be mobile towards the city, we
It'll
could
happen.
maybe do this.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it fucking happen, okay? Listen, I wanted to tell you
Yeah.
while we were talking about injuries
Yeah.
that the worst injuries I've ever gotten weren't my fault.
Of course not. They were never your fault. No.
No. I was seriously twice. Once I was cleaning out a grill for a kitchen using caustic soda and flicked the caustic soda into my left eye.
Oh, that
And
yeah,
Oh,
it
shit.
was
yeah.
it was pure caustic soda, wasn't
Oof.
watered
Yep.
down,
Oof.
and it went flick straight into my eye, and my
Because
eye
it's going to react to
immediately
water. Yeah.
let me know that I had injured myself.
Yeah.
And I said to my employer, I have flicked caustic soda into my eye.
Yeah.
This is an issue. And my boss said, yes, it is an issue because we don't have workers' compensation. We need
Oh my
you
God.
to tell the hospital, which we will drive you to, that you did this accidentally at your house, and
Oof.
we will
Oh,
pay
Oof.
for all the medical bills. So I'm going, you will drive me very quickly to
Yikes.
the Bathurst Base Hospital.
Yikes.
Now, I'm not going to say who it was, Angry, but he happened to be a morning DJ on TBS.
Oh God. Sorry. I know who we're talking about.
Yes.
Shared a place with young Ben Heaps in the time. And I can
No,
only throw his name
no,
about because he's dead. Sorry. Oh, those are people who died.
no, he was owner of a steakhouse.
Oh no, I know exactly who the fuck we're talking about.
I didn't know he lived with Ben Heaves.
He
I
did.
thought-
He did.
I
Luke,
thought Ben would
he
have
lived
killed
with
him.
Ben. Yeah.
I thought Ben would have killed him.
Oh, they had a very weird relationship. They had a very
I can
weird
imagine. Anyway, so I actually ended up going to Canberra to fix up my eye because there was damage.
Yeah.
And he never paid the medical bills, and he said, I'll pay your rent while you're gone, and he never paid my rent.
Okay.
So I got evicted the day I got back to Bathurst.
Oh, for
And
fuck's sake.
as it was, my girlfriend said, you could move in here. And the guy who was on earlier, that was the circus performer,
Yes.
he was in the house, and we became the Banana Brothers,
Yes.
which was
Yeah.
the forerunner to Circus Monoxide,
Yeah.
which was the national touring circus,
Yeah.
where my friend who was boss of it died, and then he became the boss of it, and then he became boss of Circus Oz.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe I should have
it's very,
stayed in the
very
circus.
complicated shit.
Maybe I
Actually,
should have stayed in the circus because I ended up being a comic that was nationally famous and then got fired.
Yeah.
Anywho, the next
workplace injuries in
time.
Bathurst. I
Yeah.
worked at Pizza Hut while we were at uni, and a little bit of trivia about Pizza Hut. The way it worked, at least back then, there was an oven with a conveyor thing. You'd make a pizza and put it on it, and it was timed so the pizza cooked the right thing. But garlic bread only had to cook half as long as a pizza. So there was a little thing you lifted up in the side of the oven, halfway, and you put a garlic bread in there, and it cooked the right thing. Anyway, the manager one time is working. I'm making pizzas, and it was very busy, and the manager's getting a bit frantic, and he's a garlic bread's come out. He's taken it out, and he's got the tray, and he's holding the tray in tongs. And the motherfucker did a blind turn. I was making a pizza, and I turned to put it in the oven. And this prick with a metal tray that's just come out of an oven does a blind turn and hits me in the face with it. And it's just like the edge of this metal tray hits me in the face. And I pulled back immediately, of course, because a hot metal tray hit me in the face. And he goes, "Oh, are you okay?" And I'm like, "Of course I'm okay."
No.
This scar's been here, or it didn't. I didn't feel any pain, and I said, "Of course I'm fine. I've always had this scar on my face." I was joking as if he'd scarred me, and he's going, "Oh, okay." And I keep making pizzas for a while, and there's a cool cabinet above me that has glass panels, and I'm making pizza, and I looked up at some point, and I go, "What's on my face?"
Face. Yeah.
And I went out to the bathroom to look in a proper mirror, and there's a burn, there's a straight line from my forehead down my cheek, where this fucker has burnt me with a hot tray. And and then I come out of the bathroom going, "The fuck did you do, Trevor? I've got a fucking burn down my face." And his defense was, "You said you'd always had that scar on your face." And I was going, "Fuck, I've been working here for 6 months. Have you noticed the scar down my face before tonight?"
The trouble was that you and I were at an age back then where we would have punched him in the fucking head and said, "You've always had that broken eye and orbital socket."
This fucking close. This fucking close.
We used to go real close. I remember a certain man in my year was supposed to hit me on the head, and I had a thing about being hit, right? It was at mask play, okay?
Yes.
And he was supposed to hit me on the head, and he had a rig on.
Oh,
okay?
no.
And I didn't know at the time, but I had a little boil growing.
Oh.
And he was supposed to hit me on the head, and a certain American lecturer said, "Oh, hit him on the head." And I went, "Oh, I don't like getting hit."
Sorry, Dr. Abigail.
I just posted something on your Discord that I think AZ would very much appreciate.
All right, let me check.
It's in the general chat channel. I'm surprised you're not on Discord, AZ.
He doesn't like
it's
text-based stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
text stuff is. I do actually love reading, and I do actually love it, but it takes so long that
Yeah.
the joke is gone by the time I get it.
All right.
Yep.
So a certain American lecturer said, "Keep on hitting him," and I went, I had a childhood where getting hit wasn't a thing, and this boil kept on getting smacked by this guy with a ring on, and I turned around and I fucking smacked him. I just lost it, and the mask came off, and I think that was because it was. What am I looking at?
So apparently, this is a web image search with your real name. Brings up all these thirst trap photos, which they're not you. I don't know.
Thirst trap. What is a thirst trap?
Do you not know what a thirst trap is? That's where you post a hot photo of yourself in the hope people who are thirsting for you come in and go, "You look hot." That's a thirst trap where you post a hot photo of yourself.
But I've never had a problem.
No, but they weren't you. And hi, Liam, by the way.
That's why it was so funny.
It was
Hi,
pretty
Liam.
funny.
I've never had a problem with drinking, I've always found the well to be sufficiently wet.
Yep.
Except for one time, and then I met a guy half my age, and then it was very wet. Not going to
Yes,
keep going with that.
we've all been to aidsy.com. It's okay.
Oh my god, that would actually be a fun website. AT.com. Jesus.
Anywho,
Anywho, moving right along.
so this guy hit me on the head, and I fucking thumped him, and I broke his nose and 2 of his teeth, and a bit of his jaw, and I went, oh fuck. And the American lecturer who ran a nail said, "The fuck have you done?" And I said, "It's just a thing. It's an ancient history thing." Oh Christ, I've heard him. And the guy, to his credit, said, "Yeah, name of lecturer. I saw this coming. I was a little bit scared this was going to happen, dude. Because I know more stories than you, and I was getting less and less confident that this was going to be okay."
Yeah.
So then they got a clapper stick and got it around the back of my head, and I knew when it was coming because I could see it.
Yeah.
Because the other trouble was I couldn't see it coming, and I've literally just come out of a lifestyle where if you get hit, they're going to stab you. If you get hit, they're going to kick you to the ground and kill you. Right? Christ, they tried to kill me twice.
That's Canberra, yes.
Not 8 months before. Okay? And I had to basically sit down with lecturer who shall not be named and tell him these stories. And I see you have a cat, Angry Aussie. Yes.
Yes,
Liam.
don't
has
let Angry fool you. He only has one cat. This
I
second cat
but no one ever sees
is pure myth.
Also, I'm just going to throw it out there. I think Jerry would want us to use his name, but
I think you would too.
Because I conversed with Jerry because we had our other fucking uni friends come in on the stream tonight. I think Jerry would love to come in at one point.
I think he'd love
Also,
it. I
you
think
know
he'd have a
what?
good time.
Okay, you're talking about someone hitting you with same thing. American lecturer with the director. The one thing we worked on together, because my last year was AIDS.
I'm never going to live this down, am I?
No,
This
and
is
I'm going to
never
bring
going
it
to
up.
happen.
I'm going to bring it up again.
Every time.
We were doing a commedia dell'arte thing, a mask play based on medieval Italian style thing, and we had a shared scene. And we rehearsed this thing. AIDS's character
100 million fucking times, by the way.
And it worked most of the live shows. AIDS's character, he's meant to kick mine in the bum, and I do an exaggerated thing. But there's a practice thing where his foot is meant to be oblique to my bum, and so it just sort of slaps on my bum, and I go, ooh! One night, someone got it a little bit wrong, and by a little bit wrong, I mean 90 degrees wrong. So his foot, instead of coming in oblique to my butt, comes in at 90 degrees and goes straight up between my legs and hits me in the balls. And the way the scene was meant to play, he's doing this thing where to wake me up, he kicks me in the bum, and then I sort of kind of tap him on the shoulder and go, oh, I know what you're saying. And after the evening, when AZ says, as my foot sailed through the air, I'm going, this is the wrong angle. Oh my God. I think I'm going to hit him in the balls. And then he comes back going, I wonder if I hit him in the balls. And instead of just tapping him on the shoulder, I fucking punched him. And went, oh!
I got him.
And at the point my fist hit him full force, he goes, yep, I kicked him in the balls. That's what happened.
And
that's what happened there.
My girlfriend at the time said, how the fuck did you get that bruise? And I went, funny story that. Um,
But again,
And
we
you
had
could
this
see-
conversation.
you could see the knuckles. You could see the
Yeah.
knuckles. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4. Because it was slap. Fuck you, motherfucker. And I was
Yeah.
going,
No,
oh,
we
and
had
I
this
couldn't.
conversation.
I couldn't roll back. I
Yeah.
just had to take it slap, and it was like,
Yeah.
oh, I think I've dislocated my shoulder.
Yeah.
That hurt me.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
did get him in the balls. I really did get him in the balls. And
We had the conversation after the show, like, yeah, you were meant to like
I
slap
thought you were
my
going to punch
bum,
me
and I was
again.
meant to slap your shoulder, but you kicked me in the balls, so I fucking punched you as hard as I could in the shoulder.
I seriously thought I was going to get a fucking punch in the head. You were so pissed, and I thought, fair call. Now, okay. I'm also going to add a little bit here.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Is that you jiggled a tiny little bit.
Oh no, I moved.
All right. You moved a tiny little bit. And as my foot's going, I'm going, no, that's not right. No, that's not right. And I'm this far away. Okay. Right. We've done this maybe 100 times right.
No, we've done it so many times. Yes.
Right. We've done it 100 times right. And I'm this far away. I'm going, no, that's not right. And I'm going, if I move now, I am going to go effectively up his ass and hurt him. If I don't move now, what's going to boom? And I thought, I'm sure I felt balls doing that. I am sure I felt balls doing that. I'm not sure what
the thing.
happened. And you're
This
under a
sort of-
mask, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh yes, and we're wearing half-face masks as well. Yes.
You got a half face, so your top half could go, oh, I don't know, but your lower half is going character, and then you turn around and super shapang, and I'm going, I got him.
It's
Yeah, I got
funny
him.
when you're doing that sort of physical theater, the audience tends to not pick up on it, but when you're doing the thing, you go, this is slightly wrong, and slightly wrong could be catastrophically wrong.
Oh, it can be. I remember Bill told us the story of him and another. No, it wasn't him. He was in a show where there were two blokes, and one of them had to go over the other one. And he basically rolled him and put him on his head. And as he's gone over, he's just pushed him so very gently, and he's flown a meter past his mark and broken his shoulder and dislocated his hip. And he said it was nothing. It was nothing. It was just a push. It was just the most gentle push.
Yeah.
And he said, you cannot fuck up stage fighting. You cannot. And that was our lesson. You can't.
Yeah.
You
Here's another
cannot.
fun one. We used to do these devised show. You'd have to come up with a show that was suitable for kids, and then we would tour it to like primary schools in all the little country towns around where we were. And the one I did, one scene, me and the guy Joseph, who you might remember, we did this stick fight. We used broomsticks, and it was very tightly choreographed because in the early versions of it, we were faking stuff, and this Tony was running it, and he was like, "No, it's got to be real." And so we were like, "Okay, I'm going to make eye contact with you, and it's going to be very clear when I'm swinging at your head full force. So you've got to duck because my intent is to hit you in the head, and the only thing that stops me from hitting you in the head with this broomstick is you ducking." And then you're going to swing at my legs, and I'm going to jump over the broomstick. And you've got to communicate the intent. Now comes the blow at your legs. And it worked. We never hit each other. But because we were touring this into primary schools in country towns, and it was very different locations. And in one of them, the rest of the cast was behind us, and it was in a narrower space than we were used to. And so when you are swinging full-blooded, there's quite a bit of follow through, and we
Yep.
never considered the follow through. We just considered the person we were looking at.
Mm.
And after the show, the people who were behind us and going, "What were you motherfuckers doing?" That broomstick missed my nose by about that much. And to our credit, me and Joseph didn't even look at each other and go, "Oh, we knew where you were the whole time. We judged the whole thing. It was fine. You were never in danger." And then when they walked away, me and Joseph were like, "Oh, Jesus Christ, I never thought of the person who was behind us." Because we were doing this big swing, and I almost fucking took people out behind me, and it was just like, "Oh my God, we nearly killed them." Oh Jesus!
We were doing a Banana Brothers show way out west, and it was a big show. It was a $5,000 show, which is a 2-night show. So it is carnival parade.
Yeah.
With all the kids and all the volunteers. Then you get to the.
We were good at parades too, weren't we?
Oh yeah, we were good at parades. After Engineers of the Imagination, the Welfare State came through, we knew how to parade.
Yes.
We did the parade, then the kids did the national anthem in front of the town hall, then the mayor spoke, then the deputy mayor spoke, then the leader of the opposition spoke, then there was the fireworks if they could afford them, then there was the circus show, which involved fire breathing, and then there was the amateur dramatic show on that night. Then there was funny stuff from us, and then the party. And that was $5,000. And then we all got everything in the two utes, and then we fucked off to the next show. It was a good way to live. We did it for a year and a half. We made a lot of money, and we took a lot of drugs.
You did. I was actually straight. I think I was the only fucking person at Mitchell who was straight edge. I didn't do alcohol or drugs at all when we were there, and I think I was the only fucking one.
Which blew my mind when I found that out. It blew my mind. Anyway, so because we used to have this game, we'd rock up to a pub, and we had, because as the circus got bigger, we had girls in it as well. And we had this game where we said, her waist is thinner than my bicep. And she would suck down her waist.
Yeah.
And I would pump up my bicep, and they'd measure them, and we'd get free drinks basically for half the night, because everyone would go.
Chunky as fuck.
I was a big boy. Well, I was the base man. I was the understander.
Again, that was my favourite term, the understander. Sorry, Dr. Abigail.
I am falling asleep.
That's fine.
That's understandable.
I was asleep until I got here. So like I went down for what I thought would be a couple of hours nap at about 6ish in time for the stream, and then woke up at like 10ish. And
I'm with
now
you on that
I'm
one,
falling
darling.
asleep again. And so like I'm coughing and I'm tired, and so good night everyone.
I can't believe people use me as a thirst trap. What the fuck?
I just I was doing a search for for Banana Brothers, and then I thought I'm gonna put your name in it, and then I put just your name, and then all these people came up, and I'm like, I know people who would appreciate this thirst trap collage of people. So I posted it on the Discord.
I mean, I think it's great, but I don't know why. I didn't
Pretty
do
funny.
it.
It's pretty funny.
It's pretty
It's
funny.
amusing.
it's
Anyway,
probably one of my girlfriends of yesteryear, of college years, because they did shit like that to me all the
Or
time.
it's a coincidence.
Because what they would do, and I will tell you this in public right now, is they would say, "Show us Mr. Pokey." And I'd go, "Come on, there's people around." They said, "No, show us Mr. Pokey." So I'd get my dick out, and they'd go, "Not bad." And there'd be like 20, 30 people watching going, "That guy just flashed his dick at a lot of people." And I'd go, fuck, I'm in trouble again, fuck. And they'd all laugh and they'd go, "All right, what are you doing Saturday?" And I'm going, "I think I'm going, well, you're fucking me, so I'll see you later." And off they go. These
I
people were
think
like
I've heard this story.
They were like
I've heard
this.
this story.
They were seriously like this.
Daisy likes to tell these stories about fucking.
I need to go though.
Yeah,
I
so
do need to
Abigail's
go.
going bye-bye.
So Navia
Good luck,
Melanin,
Abigail.
take care, safe travels.
Indeed.
All right, but you by all means keep going, AZ.
Yeah, they were like this because there was like 7 girls to one guy, so they would be aggressive about their sex. They weren't backward in coming forward. They weren't like waiting demurely for a guy to take them out. It was like, "You with the cock, come here now."
Get your coat, you've pulled.
Yeah, get your coat, you've pulled. Let's go.
Okay, I need to explain to people that was an actual saying where we went to college, because at best the female to male ratio was, as the Beach Boys used to say, 2 girls to every guy, and that was because of the nature of some of the courses at the university.
That was at best. Mostly it was 7 to 1.
Yeah,
mostly
but yes,
it was 7 to 1.
The phrase "get your coat, you've pulled" was a real phrase. It was a real phrase.
There was also a thing called the 1:45 rush. Right, the bar
closed at 2.
At 2 o'clock. At 1:45, if there were any men hanging around, the women would grab anything with a cock on it and go, "Come on, we're going." And some guys would be dragged out of there going, "I'm gay. I'm gay. Do you understand? I'm gay." And they'd be going, "We'll fix that. Don't worry about it." "No, I'm gay." And the gay guys going, "Help me. I'm gay too. All right, you and me, let's go." And the girls were going, "Well, that's fucked.
That's not fair. That's not. Sorry,
then,
Laura's going to join us. I just gave Laura the link so she could join us as well.
And then, hi Laura, when Laura comes, and then you get some of the security guards say, "If you can wait 20 minutes, I'll be off duty." "I can wait fucking half an hour, easy. I haven't got any drinks though. I can sort you out some. Don't worry, darling." And so what have you been up to? Well, I've been very, very sick, Lamb. And oh fuck it, we're here now.
But you've been soldiering on, which I quite.
I have got. I've got to tell my folks, and I don't know how to tell my folks because they're
I
going to
know.
freak out.
Sorry, Laura, are you there?
Hello there. How are you doing?
Hello,
Hey, Laura. How you doing, Laura?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm sorry I haven't been around a lot lately. I just
That's okay.
my sleeping.
Assume you've been having a life or something.
Yeah, my sleeping pattern has been like rubbish.
Oh, and nobody says hi, so hi to nobody.
Hi, nobody. How you doing? I have asbestosis, which is not something that I was looking forward to. I've got to tell my folks, and I've got to tell them soon. And that's going to suck because my dad was a plumber. And what they used to do to lag, it's called lagging, which is putting heat insulation on pipes. Yeah. and they used to use asbestos fibres and then wet it, and they'd make it into a paste, and then they put the paste onto the pipes, and that would lag the pipe. That would make it so that the hot water didn't come out of the pipe. Now the ridiculous part is, of course, that when a fluid is moving, it doesn't actually lose any heat. It's a joke. You don't need it. Lagging doesn't work, but asbestos really does. Anyway, you get 47 years. If you can get away with it for 47 years, you don't get asbestosis. And I had a year to go. Because when I was a boy, I used to mix up the asbestos, because that was the boys' job, was to mix up the asbestos. And you mix it up for Dad, and then he would put it on. Because back in those days, they thought the blue asbestos was the dangerous one, and the white asbestos wasn't. Now, the truth is, it didn't have to be that. It could have been, how many houses did we live in that had fibro in them? How many houses did we live in that had broken fucking bathrooms with fibro in them? You know, how much asbestos was flying around the fucking Bathurst dump? You know, some prick put a whole bunch of asbestos on our front yard when we were living in East Brunswick, and I had to throw it all on the road so the council would come and get it. And they said, "Oh, it's not asbestos." It's like, yes, dickhead, it is. So don't try and tell me it's not.
The current one the builders and tradies are worried about is this manufactured marble. I forget what they actually call it, but it's like a fake marble that they manufacture, and when they cut it up to make kitchens, it's like silicosis, this really fine, nasty powder from it goes up, and it is like it may as well be asbestos because these fine grains of it. Yes, I know what we're talking about, terrazzo. A bunch of tradies are trying to ban it from being used, this artificial marble. It's
basically...
Toby, look at that. This continues to be the fucking beard stream, man. I fucking love it.
Laura will not grace us with a beard because she doesn't have one.
Because Laura is lovely, but there has been a lot of beards on tonight's stream, is all I'm going to say.
I am close to having finishing my laser hair removal session.
Oh, nice. Opposite of beard.
Yes.
See, the trouble, Laura, when you say that, is I don't think face.
You're a terrible, terrible man.
I am a terrible, terrible man. And the trouble is, what was that?
No, what did you say? I must have missed the line.
Oh, no, he's talking about laser hair removal on parts of the body apart from the chin.
Yeah, when you said I've just about finished my laser hair removal, I said I don't think face, and I think that's wonderful. That makes me very happy.
If I decide to get surgery, I have the lovely wonderfulness of electrolysis coming. Because an electrolysis is, unlike laser hair removal, where they just zap a laser on it, which kills the hair follicles mostly, you can't have any coming back. So they basically have a little tiny needle that they push into the hair follicle and zap it, and then
it's hair by hair.
Pull it out with a pair of tweezers. The thing about it is, if for transgender people, surgery is kind of taking the penis, turning inside out. So you can imagine one of the most sensitive parts of your body and this takes weeks to happen.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Can I help?
I don't even like looking at my own, let alone having other people looking at it.
Oh, photos. You and me on the Ibiza. Laura, honey, Ibiza. You, me, and various different hair removal spots. You know, think sunset, top quarter.
I'm trying
Think-
not to think about it.
Think poolside,
Yeah.
left hand
Laura,
bottom corner.
at this point, Laura, you've just got to preserve your mental health and block AIDSy out. I think that's what's.
You know what? Actually, speaking of 80, by the way,
Yeah.
I was in Manchester just over a week ago, and I saw someone who was the spitting image of AIDSy.
Oh, that's just
Now,
concerning.
Now that
Oh, that's
I
bad.
knew it wasn't
Were
AIDS.
were they begging for money and fucked up on drugs? Because
I
you
don't
know,
know, but possibly in the past. But I knew it wasn't AIDS because number one wasn't like, you're a bit far away from me, like 10,000 miles or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Secondly, they didn't have a cane or a limp, and I know you got leg problems now. And the final one is they didn't smoke.
now, try over half my life. Officially, over half my life, I've been sick.
Mm. And then the other one is they didn't have the smell of death on them, so I knew it wasn't you.
Well, this
Okay.
is it, isn't it?
That was
This
harsh,
is it.
but absolutely cool.
People, say, "Oh, isn't Jesus great?" He came back once. I'm doing 7.
I know.
So, hello. Okay, I'm not a Jewish zombie, and I admit that I'm not perfect in the eyes of Messianic tradition.
You're
but,
not zombie oily Josh.
I've got fucking some. Okay, we don't like to call ourselves zombies. We like to call ourselves death enhanced people of living origin. And
Can I just
we're going.
sidely? Toby is just showing off the doggo. I think there. Look, Mimsy's come up to say hello again. Look at that cute doggo. How many different mixed breeds is your doggo, Toby?
This one's my auntie's, so
Yeah?
I'm not sure. So I'm not sure what this one is.
It's a fun-looking dog. I can't place anything, but I feel like I can see about 6 different breeds in action there. Nice doggo. I like it.
Yeah.
It is actually a pretty cool dog.
It is, isn't it?
I'm more worried about Chewbacca leering at me.
That's not a nice thing to say about me, Laura. That's not a nice thing to say about me. Toby might have something to say about it too, but that's not a nice thing to say about me, Laura. Laura, you and I could be, special friends. And when I say special friends, I'm talking about, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about.
I'm eating.
Hey?
Don't put Laura off while she's eating. Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah. See, eating is part of what I had in mind.
Ooh, yeah, no, AZ's taking it down.
I can't fucking handle it. I can't. That was fucking too good. That fucking. Can I have some ice for that burn? That was too good. Fuck, that slapped me very hard, very fast, and very well. Oh, Laura, nicely done, man. Nicely done. Shit idea. Fuck. I was even trying to fucking do that fucking, what is it? Amateur theatre thing and feel hide the face. You're not laughing, hide the face.
You know what I remember years back. Okay. Who's there been comedian? Stephen. Brain stoppy worky. He's been
not
around since
Colbert.
the 80s or early 90s.
Not Colbert. Steve
No,
Colbert.
no. The guy who's like huge fuzzy hair. And his whole thing was
Oh, his
blocked
whole
like
thing
this.
was he was dry
Yeah.
talking, man. I
Yeah.
like it when a guy goes into a pub. Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright. Yes, no, you're correct. It's Stephen Wright. I saw him in the 90s, and it's pretty funny because oh my god, sorry, listen to this.
That's a good sound.
That's a great sound. This is my first ever bottle of yellow chartreuse. Local bottle shop had it.
Nice.
I'd been using as a yellow chartreuse substitute for years this Australian thing called Okar Gold from South Australia, Outback Liqueur. Yeah, Heine was Stephen Wright. But I saw Stephen Wright in the 90s, which was kind of like the height of his career, although he's still doing stuff. And he was very funny. And for whatever fucking reason, I had front row seats. And there was this very funny thing where he did his stuff, and it was clearly making him crack up because his whole thing was being deadpan. He did that thing. He stopped talking and he covered his face and sort of looked away from the audience because it's like,
I can't laugh now.
He had freeformed some stuff that had worked really well, and the audience had gone right off. And he wanted to laugh. He's going, but I can't. That's not my thing. And he just stopped talking and looked away a bit and covered his mouth. And it was just like, it came from a thing where he's thinking, you know what I hate? I hate when I go to the beach and there's babies there. You don't need a holiday. You don't work. And the audience laughed. And then he did this I think he just freeformed this thing where he physically mimed kicking a baby on the beach, and the audience fucking lost it. And he just went, when the audience laughed at the idea of him kicking a baby, he just like covered his face and looked away. And then he got the microphone and went, the audience thinks kicking a baby is funny. I think I have found their level. Next, I will talk about punching a cripple. So fun.
Absolutely.
Because he had just freeformed this physical thing of kicking a baby, and it worked.
He's kicked this baby for the first time ever on this tour.
Yes.
Like it just occurred to him in the head, and he's kicked the baby. Audience has lost it, and he's gone, shit. That was actually really funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about how funny that was.
Yeah.
And he's gone, oh, what am I going to do? 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 And he's gone, all right, just play anything now. Go back to the. He was the radio DJ in Pulp Fiction. He was.
Yeah.
Lost in the middle with you. I was Steelers wheel with Lost in the Middle with you.
But the way he did this thing,
Toby, less smashing the camera, mate.
Less violence, Toby. What are you doing, brother?
Come on, mate. Let's not do that.
Just the way he did this thing, where he's just like, oh my god, I don't believe that worked. The audience is laughing at the idea of me kicking a baby. And he just picks up the microphone and goes, I have worked out the level of this audience. They are terrible people.
We have a friend. You know this guy. He's a local Melbourne comic, and his claim to fame actually is he's never ever been on the dole. He has always.
Which is unique for a comedian.
It is.
It's
no shit. It's unique for a comedian, right? He was a teacher for a little while, but only for a little while. But then for the rest of the time, he was a comedian, and he paid his fucking rent for 30 years as a comedian, and he's still doing it. he does cruise ships and fucking whatever else you can get hold of.
Oh, I know
now.
who we're talking about. Yep.
His name's
Matt.
Matt, and initially when he started, he was like putting on a very dark persona, yeah, and it was good, like he had some good gear, but it just didn't quite jibe. And then he started to he started to get some luck with the ladies. He started to get
Which
like
changed things for it, yes.
he started to become like a serial monogamist. And one of the funniest things that ever happened, because like anyone who heckled him, it was both barrels. Like it was just boom, boom, and he was right into blowing them away. And he still does. He's got a triple barrel shotgun.
Yeah.
Ready to fuck anyone up, and it's quick. But one time he was there doing a joke that he did quite often, and somebody said something, but what he would do is he would not listen to what was going on, and just fucking fire away, and sometimes it would make him unpopular. But this time somebody said something and it was actually quite funny. It was actually quite apt.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a dig at him. It was actually he said something about the Liberal Party, and it was a dig about the National Party. He said something, oh, the Liberals are fucked because they do this and this, and this guy said, oh yes, but the Nationals do it with cattle, and he was you could see him cocking the gun, and then he giggled into the mic, and he stopped himself, and then he giggled into the mic again, and he stopped himself, and then he giggled into the mic again. He said, excuse me, and just turned his head around and had a laugh, right, because he just couldn't take it in. He said, I always thought it was sheep. We'll move on. We'll move on. Because the audience isn't allowed to be funnier than me. And when he said the audience isn't allowed to be funnier than me, the fucking room was blown up. The room just like with atomic bomb went off, and the comics shat themselves. Like because there's a whole bit that goes behind it, and he just dropped it. He just let it go. He said like the peak of the joke has happened. I'm fuck it off. I just go to the next bit. And it was beautiful. And we all of us came up to him and said, that was the most beautiful thing we've ever seen you do. And he said, I had no fucking clue what to do. And he said, as soon as he said it and I heard it and I was ready to shoot, and I went, no, you can't shoot that. That's good. That's really good. And he said he giggled. He couldn't help it. And then he giggled again, and he said, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And then, he said cattle. And then he said, well, I always thought it was sheep. But we'll drop that down because the audience isn't allowed to be funnier than me. And boom, it just exploded. And the dark thing was, we were trying to tell him that the dark thing wasn't really going anywhere, and the dark thing just evaporated. And for the rest of the night, he had fun, and the audience had fun, and it was huge, the pop that he got. And he was he was a jobber for a name comic who I won't say who it was, but the name comic was shitty. Was really, really shitty.
Coasting on reputation rather than actually being good.
Well, TV reputation.
And that's what I mean. Just not actually being funny, just being a name that people had heard of.
Well, that's why they were there. They'd gone
Yeah.
to see that name. And then
Yeah.
he'd raised the bar to the point where this guy couldn't just come out and do his shit and fuck off and collect his $1,500 and go home. He had to come out and work. And it wasn't like Matt was working. It was just like he had this thing and it pumped, and then he just bobbled around the bar, and then he did bring them back, and he did bring them into the. Okay, explain what a jobber is. A jobber is
It's a
someone
job, you work.
who comes in between two names. You've got a TV name usually, or a radio name, and a TV name at the end. And you come in between them, and you take their voice that the audience has just heard, and you use that, and then you mutate it into what you're doing. Then you mutate it again into what the famous person is about to do. And by the time the famous person comes out, the audience is ready to hear their rhythm and their style and their approach. Yeah. So that's what a jobber does. And the jobber's not supposed to be the funniest guy on the night. The jobber's supposed to be the guy who connects these two. He's supposed to be funny.
He's just like a bricklayer who's putting bits in between
That's right.
The ones who are meant to be the crowd pleasers.
That's right. Right. And good bricks. Like solid bricks.
Good solid bricks. Good solid bricks.
Good solid bricks, but not amazing, angel architecture. That's what these guys
so if
for.
the jobber shines, the name people get very upset.
Oh, they fucking do. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God, you know what this reminded me of? Because I was, as a young lad, I was a mad fan of the Angels.
Yeah.
And they got booked on a US tour supporting, who was it? Someone quite big name. Ray Davies, the Kinks. They got booked on a tour supporting the Kinks. And if you ever saw the Angels at their peak in the early 80s,
oh my God, they were good.
Phenomenal. I saw them a couple times live.
God,
it was
they
a
were good.
Phenomenal live show. Doc Neeson was so theatrical. And they were essentially blowing the Kinks off stage. And because I did an interview for our college radio with Doc Neeson, and he was just telling stories. And he was just like, yeah, what happened was they said, because we were blowing them off stage, we weren't allowed to move. They wouldn't let us have any light show. It was just flat lights for our show. And then they were telling me I wasn't allowed to move on stage. And if you've ever seen the Angels, particularly in the early 80s, Doc Neeson was
all over the place.
Spider of energy. And they
standing on the fucking speaker stack, rocking it back and forth.
Yeah.
It was just a crazy guy.
In the US touring thing for more than a decade at that point, were being blown off the fucking stage by this band from the fucking Southern Hemisphere that they'd never heard of. And they did all these things to restrict the Angels, and none of them worked. So they eventually kicked them off the tour simply because they were making the Kinks look so bad. And that's when AZ talks about the jobber comedian. It's the person who's not meant to shine. Okay, they're meant to keep an audience happy. They're meant to set stuff up, but they're not meant to be better than the headliner. But a good jobber can, by definition, be better than a headliner who's a radio name or a TV name. And they fucking hate it when the jobber outshines them.
What a perfect night is when you've got a group of comics together, and this happens on a one-night gig or on a tour. Angels were amazing. What was the bass player, the bald bass player?
Oh, well, you had the Brewster brothers.
Because I knew him. I knew him when I lived in the Blue Mountains. He saw me do a comedy set.
Was that the guy who? Because they changed. There was Doc Neeson and the Brewster brothers who were the core who didn't change, and the drummer and the bass player did actually change over the years. The bald guy, he also played with Skyhooks for a while, if I remember. If that's who you're talking about.
I think he was one of the guys who didn't change. I think it was him and Doc.
Well, it would have been. It was the two Brewster brothers, and
yeah,
it would have been one of the Brewsters who was the bass player.
And he saw me do a gig because they did a talent night at the Blue Mountains once a month, and I asked to get on, and I did some of my new stuff, and it just fucking tore the place up. But I was having a lot of trouble with nervousness, and he took me through a whole Vipassana setup of how to calm myself, because I would sweat when I was on stage because I was so scared.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize that it was about the black rectangle, not about me. I finally learned through those experiences. He was a really great guy. He was a really great guy. Anyway,
so do you remember our pal from uni, Casimir, who was the rock journo? He had to do with a piece on the Angels. There was kids. Before there was the internet, there was magazines and newspapers, and that's how we learned things before the internet. And there was a guy we went to uni with who was writing for what was at the time the premier Australian rock magazine, which was called RAM, Rock Australia magazine. But anyway, because I had interviewed Doc Neeson just for our college radio. Nettie's joining us. Look at this gorgeous woman joining us. Hello.
Hello, Nettie.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Nettie.
And I think you'll get this, Nettie, because we're talking about the Angels. I interviewed Doc Neeson, and because I was an Angels fan, and Casimir was a bit of a hipster, he's going like, tell me things to ask them because I don't really get them. And he was on a tour with him for a while through regional areas. And there was a thing in one of the towns where just the motel that they'd booked in thought they were going to trash stuff because they were rock stars and wouldn't let them check in. And it was the Brewster you were talking about. It wasn't Doc Neeson. It was one of the Brewsters. When there were this person running the hotel was saying they wouldn't let them check in because they thought they would wreck the rooms. And so, don't worry, we'll find somewhere else to go. Then we're coming back and we're going to fuck this guy's daughter.
Yep. Yep.
Oh my god!
When I was a comic, one of my things, because I was a jobber. I mean, it was getting to the point where the arthritis was starting to show.
That was when you were about 30, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So between 26 and 30, I had a fucking amazing career. It was just going off, right? I was the kid next likely. I had the brass ring in my hand and the fucking thing shattered. When the disease came out, the phone stopped ringing. And it was tragic. Anyway, everybody was really good to me, and what they would do is they would put these tours on, and especially regional Australian tours and regional Asian tours. So
Yes.
you'd go from Darwin to Singapore or Malaysia, or back to maybe even Vanuatu, Fiji, and
Sorry,
the
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second because check out Nettie stroking the darkie. I'm just
I
gonna say-
know. I didn't want to say.
I want to throw a whole bunch of weird internet porn references in there, and I know. Sorry, because we're all of a generation. So it's like,
I'm going to start singing Strange Fruit.
Yeah. so
Anyway.
Nettie, also that thing I'm putting in there, I don't know if you're on my Discord or not, but because hopefully we're going to catch up sometime in the next week to swap
Yep.
Chrissy things. But
Yeah.
hey, also,
so-
anyone in the chat who doesn't know, that's my Discord. It might be a thing. You might want to join it. It could be a thing. I don't know. AZ doesn't want to join it because it involves text, and AZ hates text because he's autistic and
Bad.
dyslexic. And
At the same time.
if it doesn't involve verbal communication, AZ hates it.
He's a bit shit at it.
Fair enough.
So we would go to Kuala Lumpur, and we would go to Singapore, and we would go to other towns in Malaysia and stuff like that. And but we would also go around Australia. All right. Now you could either have a good bus or a bad bus. So imagine there's 8 to 12 guys on a bus.
Sorry, AD, explain the Australian comedian thing of this is how I know you're gay.
Oh, okay. So you're on a bus.
Because you're just talking about tour buses, and you've told me this story, and this is how I know you're gay. I fucking love this.
Okay, so you're on a bus. You've got to drive 800 kilometers to the next gig. When you get to the next gig, the lowest ranked comedians have to put the machines together. The middle ranked comedians have to put the wires together, and the highest ranked comedians have to make the sound check go. Then you all go off and eat the pub meal. Then you all get over your sugar rush and you do the gig. Then the lowest ranked comedians take everything apart and put it on the bus, and then there is the party. Some of these people have driven 4 to 12 hours to see your gig. So you do not shit on their experience. If they're still rushing, having a good time from the gig, and you can see their eyes are rushing, like they're on a drug, you go, yep, okay. I hope you guys had a great time. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? And they will start talking very fast. A lot of the young ladies would like to have the sex with you. It would be rude not to oblige. Some of the young men would like to have the sex with you. It would be rude not to oblige. Some of them would like to take you out the back and show you powdered drugs. It would be rude not to oblige. There's usually 2 comics who were sent home early so that they could organise all of us in the morning at 7 o'clock, because breakfast was at 8 and checkout was at 9, and we had to be on the road at 9:15 to get to the next gig. So you had to kind of get on, because if you're in this bus with these guys for up to 3 months, 3-month tours were the best things in the world. They're a year's rent. It's a year's
because you
rent,
actually get paid a reasonable amount to do these
right?
gigs.
And it's cash. right? Because back in those days, it was a front for drugs, and you got paid cash.
Sorry,
Right?
AZ's just going, the entire live comedy thing is just a front for drug trafficking.
Well, it was until the GST came in and fucked it for everyone.
Because, yeah, then you couldn't do cash stuff, yeah.
You couldn't do cash stuff then.
What's
And what's GST? It's the general sales tax, where you had to pay 10%
Goods and
on
services tax.
goods
yeah.
and services.
VAT?
Yes,
the VAT,
Laura, from your
yes.
perspective,
Yes.
it is the same as the VAT, yes.
Yeah.
Ours
And,
is 20% these days.
well, ours was getting that way. Anyway, so basically, they would also give you $250 per diem. So every day they'd give you $250 so that you could get fed and for sundries. Now, they did your washing for you. They basically fed you, and effectively they made sure you had accommodation and travel.
So the money was for drugs.
$250 went nowhere except for new sunglasses because you crashed the other ones when you were pissed. And yeah, it went on drugs. And
The
so
per
there
diem
was
was for
lots,
drugs.
there was lots and lots of drugs going on. And you on a 3-month tour, you got sent home every 2 weekends to your spouse, so that he knew you were alive.
To straighten you out. Yeah.
And you did not
Oh, sorry.
have sex with anyone on the bus. That was a no-no. You don't do that. You did have sex with anyone who wanted to.
Because you have sex with people in the towns who you will never meet again. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also, what goes on tour stays on tour, and that was just the rules.
That's the rules.
That's the rules. So, what would happen was there would be a 3-month tour or a 2-month tour. 2-month tours were great too, because they were 6 months rent easy, plus more. And 1-month tours didn't suck because they were 3 months rent, easy, and that doesn't suck. You're only away for a month, and I was away for 2 3-month tours, and in that time, my main flatmate had seen 2 lots of flatmates in and out of the house without me seeing them.
Odd. Okay.
Weird but true. He said it was,
from your home, completely different people are living there.
yeah, twice. And then I said, "Oh, you're just in time to vet the new lot, unless you don't want to." I went, "I don't really feel like it." He said, "Okay, fuck it, we just live here on our own." He was a policeman. He was. Anyway, my job was to drop into tours that had failed because somebody on the bus was a cockhead. And you got the name comics starting to ring up the agents and the bookers saying, if this guy is not off the bus, I am going to leave or kill him. And they'd go, all right, we'll see. And the agent would get 3 or 4 of these phone calls and go, right, he's got to go. And they would call the miscreant and say, yeah, okay, Unga Bijiba is your last show. You'll be met by a car which will take you to an airport and you'll be coming home. Oh, yeah, but there's the rest of the tour. No, not for you. You're getting off the bus. Make sure you've got all your stuff with you. And I would meet the car that drove him to the airport, and I would get in the car and be taken to the bus. And it was my job to get on with everyone. And the beauty of it was, say they'd gone for a month, I would get paid for the whole month plus the other 2 months. It was fucking awesome. And say it was a 3-month tour and he'd lasted 2 months, I would get paid for the whole 2 months plus the month I was there. But I had to keep the tour together. If the names left the tour, that was a failure and I got paid nothing. And that was a problem. So I spent the first few days just getting the lay of the land and just trying to be friendly with everyone and going, listen, there's been a cockhead thrown off the bus. Tell me what the fuck happened, because I don't know shit. I just got on. I would know everything, by the way. I would have a dossier of what went down before I got on the bus. But then what I'd say to the guys and girls is, what did he do? Why was he such a cockhead? And they would vomit out this cathartic mess of what this guy had done. And,
what kind of things?
Sorry,
Okay,
Nettie, I'm just
so-
loving your smile. You're just like appreciating AZ talking about his depravity, and you're just going, yes, tell me more. I want to know more of the depravity.
There was one guy from the United States who got on and he had a badge on with his name saying for tranquility, and a badge on with his name saying for revolution that he'd made in the badge maker, and he'd say, hi, blah, 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 no homo. So everything he fucking said was no homo. And number one, there was a homo on board who was quite a famous homo.
And who would get bored with that?
He said nothing. The rest of the guys said nothing, and they were all guys. It was an all-guy tour.
So you're throwing Robot Man Greg's come on saying, surprised we're still up. I think Greg's probably been out because that's what he does. And it's like, dude, it's only 12:30, which I know is actually late, but it's Friday. We sometimes go to as late as 2 on Friday. And even when we're having those nights where we're just flowing, we reach 2 and I'm going, you know what? No one's tired, but it's 2 a.m. and any sane person goes to bed now. And but 12:30 is fine.
It's 1:30 here, but of course it's 1:30 and it's daylight.
Yeah, 1:30 p.m. for you, Laura.
Yes.
So one
I
time,
am actually really tired. I came on to tell you something. I've forgotten what it was.
Oh no!
sorry.
Well,
I'll-
hopefully, anyway, Nettie, we have to catch up at some time to swap Christmassy things, but we'll work that out through DMs on.
I'll finish
some
off.
platform
I
or other.
have a thing before Nettie goes, which is what she might be interested to know. So, two things. First of all, on Christmas Day, it's my 18-month anniversary of being on HRT.
Oh yay!
Hooray!
That's a good milestone.
Yeah, well, it's really cool because when I first started, when I had my diagnosis, when I had my diagnosis, and a week later, I got HRT. That was during Pride Month, June.
Oh, cool.
And so it meant that 6 months later, and it was on the 25th of June. So it meant that Christmas Day was my 6-month anniversary.
Ah.
And well, Christmas has a bit of a niggle to it because my mum doesn't want to know. So there's that kind of sadness in the back of my mind. But at least I've got the good thing to make out of the day, which is, anniversary. So
Yeah, fully.
And again, I can't. I'm not one to just, have a gloomy day because it's Christmas Day and my mum don't want to know and all that kind of stuff. I got to make something nice out of it. And
Yeah.
It's a nice sort of a control, I suppose you could say. The second one is that the last couple of years I've gone to visit my friend. And my friend's great, but he's not really interested in the whole Christmas thing. So other than let's have something special for dinner, there's no light tree and presents and any of that kind of stuff. There's just no real atmosphere. It's like same as every other day. You're just having something different for dinner.
You can't Christmas up your own place and get your friend over there.
I don't know, but anyway, so if you remember the COVID time Christmas, the first one where everybody's on lockdown and everything, I couldn't go anywhere, and my friends got asthma, so I didn't want to sort of pick the train and go and give it to my friend. Could be really bad for him. So I just hung around and felt really depressed all day. This is before my my medical transition. So, but on that week, I had someone reach out and say, "Hey, do you want to come up to our place?"
No, nice.
The problem was getting there.
Yeah.
So I basically asked whether that invitation was still around, and I'm going to go and visit them for this Christmas, and they are a Christmassy thing as well.
Yay!
So, it'll be. I suppose you.
Oh, Laura!
You've remembered.
Yes. I took Shaylee on a steam train and a diesel train up to Ballarat.
Cool.
So I thought that you'd appreciate that. She got dressed up in period clothing, and we went. Yeah, and it was the Christmas train. And it was full of drunk volunteers for Steam Rail Australia.
Drunk train enthusiasts. You gotta love it.
Oh, I do hope that one of them wasn't driving the train.
No, those ones weren't driving the train. No, they went to the $2 store and bought really, really cheap, small Christmas outfits.
Right.
I think there was at least one Santa, but there were two Mrs. Santas in sequins and extremely short dress. And they were male.
Ooh,
And it was certainly a sight to see. And certainly a sight. We went up to Ballarat, which is it's a rural town. It's a big town, and it's historical. It was a gold rush town. On our way back, we had to spend 4 hours in Ballarat before the steam train was all ready to take us back again.
Mm-hmm.
And so walking our way back, we could still see from about 2 kilometres down the hill the sparkling of these guys' dresses. Oh my God! And stumbling, and it was a sight to see for a little 14-year-old.
Mm.
So
And
we had a wonderful time.
Yeah.
How's it getting light there now? Because it's freezing here.
It's still fucking cold here.
We are
Oh,
having
goddamn winter.
unseasonably cold November weather. Like, we are having literally record cold days.
I think it was
but-
snowing somewhere a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, no, in the high country, it was literally snowing in December, which is deranged.
Yeah, because
Victoria and Tasmania are having record cold days for December. It's weird.
Isn't it sort of spring there? I think.
It's summer.
Yeah, no, it's summer. It's fucking
Actually,
summer now.
Wow.
But in terms of weather patterns, we are having our third La Nina in a row, which is unprecedented. La Nina means wetter than usual and cooler than usual. El Nino means hotter than usual and drier than usual. We've been used to, certainly the last 10, 20 years, having recurring El Nino cycles. But weirdly, in Victoria, we've had 3 La Ninas in a row, which has never happened before. So it means cooler and wetter than usual.
Oh, and you know, when I was on the train last weekend, we saw the floods are not going anywhere. They're just sitting there.
No, there's a few areas all across the eastern coast of Australia, from Queensland through New South Wales to Victoria, flooding. And Robotman Greg may be right. AD may have fallen asleep there.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
No, dude, if we need to pull the plug, we'll pull the plug.
He hasn't fallen asleep. He is concentrating on what you're saying, and he's also meditating like crazy to stop his feet from exploding.
Yeah, that's AD and deep thought and meditation. That's what's happening right there.
My feet are freezing.
Well,
it's middle of fucking winter for you, Laura. So your feet are supposed to be.
Laura, urination on the feet.
Keeps them warm.
Rub them together.
Yeah.
It's the way. It's the way of it. Would you like me to urinate on your feet?
Yeah, no,
no, thanks. I have the ability myself, but weeing on my feet isn't really one of my favourite things. It would be much easier to just put a pair of socks on.
Oh, that sounds like
Laura. I come to you with fucking idea after idea after idea, and you just shit on them every fucking time. I don't know. Do you hate me because I'm white? Is that what it is? Because you were from Jamaica and you couldn't go past the post? Was that what it is?
Did I check something in
you were the sugar people? Is that what it is? Because this fucking whole fucking shit on the colonials thing has got to stop. I don't know, Laura. I'm not angry. I'm excited. That's for him. He knows what that means. He thinks it's funny. We had a lecturer who used to get the shits and say, "I'm not angry. I'm excited," and he'd really get the shits, right? And he'd say, "I'm not angry. I'm excited," and we'd go like, "No, you're about to lose your mind." And we had another lecturer who used to go, "Right," and he'd go really calm and then punch a blackboard, and a fucking hole would go through the blackboard, and then the class would go, "Stop talking now." Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We had the third guy who never did either of those things. He was white-haired and jovial until he went, "Excuse me, people," and everyone in my thought, "Oh my God, death is here." And John just scared the shit out of everyone. I mean, he was the course commander.
What are you talking about? Okay, I don't really do Blake, but he's dead now, so we can fucking.
Blake.
We are old enough that.
No, I'm talking Carol.
Yeah, no, he died a couple of years ago.
That's what I'm saying, but you said Blake died.
No, you said John. I said John died.
That's what I meant.
No.
You just said
no. Bill and Jerry are still around. Yeah.
You said Blake. died.
No, you for whatever. Fuck, whatever.
Yeah, no. It's cool. I was just making sure that you knew that.
Did you
No,
guys
no,
have?
you said John, and John, unfortunately.
John
Did you
died,
guys
but
have a lecturer
Blakey-
called John Carroll?
yes,
Did you know John Carroll?
He was a lecturer at La Trobe University.
yes, he was.
Yeah.
I got the shit with him so bad.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
my God.
Everyone
I spent
did.
2 weeks studying exactly what schools fucking the whole of John Howard's cabinet came from, just to prove him wrong on something.
Yeah.
That
Like,
makes
they're all
perfect
private
sense.
school boys, and I know how they think. And he goes,
He
"Oh
was
no!"
unfortunately struck down by cancer. Might be a different person.
Hang on,
My-
I'm thinking a different person. John wasn't that guy. John was deeply left.
Guy.
He was exceptionally left, actually.
Okay.
He made a banned book in Australia called Bobbin' Up, his thesis, which made it an unbanned book. That was his doctoral thesis, Bobbin' Up. And it was a
But
banned
did he
book.
become a professor?
He was very big on theatre and education.
And he
But
also
anyway, it's probably a different. But John Carroll, very common names.
Was he bald?
No.
Oh, he wouldn't be
He
bald.
was a ginger. Way more dangerous.
Way more dangerous.
Ginger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking ginger.
All
And then
right,
he went
all right.
white.
Wrong
And
John
then he went
Carroll.
white.
Yeah, he rejected the gingerness and went white. Yeah.
And then he went.
You know what that is? That's Vikings.
He was a Viking. He was a fucking Viking. Yes.
He basically, fucking him and his other Viking pal, who was an Aboriginal Viking. Jesus Christ, Blakey was scary.
I know
still-
Blakey was an elder Celtic god, as far as I
Yeah,
know.
Blakey will outlive us all. He's that guy.
He's one of the old ones. He's
Yeah.
one of the old ones that's the stone circles were built for him.
He takes his kids out on his farm. They take bows and arrows. He takes a spear, and they kill pigs.
Yep.
Oh,
We did a
not
fucking
little
thing
pigs
on his
not
farm.
little pigs, big fucking pigs. We're talking
Yeah, they're-
razorback motherfuckers, and he
Yeah.
runs after them with a spear, and
Yeah.
they know to run away because they're scared.
No, he's an old Celtic god. But we did a thing on his farm once. We did a bonfire. There were basically fallen trees that required about 8 to 10 dudes to get either side of to lift up to put on the bonfire. And then we had the fun thing of realizing we're putting these whole tree trunks on the fire, and when they caught on fire, huntsmen like this fucking big under the bark would come running out, and we'd all sit there and go, wait, my face was right next to that bit of wood where a giant fucking spider just came out because it was on fire, and we'd look at Blakey and go, the fuck, why? And he's just going, it's a whole thing, dude, it's a whole thing. And
This motherfucker would then go and put his hand onto the wood. The spider would go on him and go, oh, yeah, he's just a huntsman. Come on, matey. You need to go over to another tree and flick it to a fence post. The things were as big as plates. They were huge. Like, I would look at them and go, there is poo in my pants.
Yeah.
And his kids would go, oh, can we have a couple to play with? No, they're animals from the wild. You've got to put them back. And it was like, if you
here's the funny thing. Blakey was the thing. You would get black fellas who were in touch with various things. Blakey was the whitest white fella, but he was in touch with stuff from millennia ago because he had a bloodline. As far as I was concerned, he had a bloodline going back to Celtic druidic gods for which Stonehenge was made. He was.
Yeah.
It
Kings
was.
of
It was
Ireland and stuff.
unbelievable. This guy was
Yeah.
amazing.
I caught him one time speaking language
You
with a
stop
black
it.
fella.
So,
Yeah.
I caught him one time speaking language with a black fella, and then he saw me and he switched to English immediately. Like
Yeah.
he didn't want me to know that he was a clever man. He did not
Yeah.
want me to know that.
Oh my god.
And
Okay, anyone who wants a fun thing, look up Clever Man.
he did not
Because
want me to know
that's
that.
a fucking thing.
And
That
I
is a
just thought,
fucking thing.
okay, I'm starting to get like. Here's my thing with Bill Blakey, right?
Yeah.
I go to audition for Mitchell College, which was
Yes.
turned into CSU, right?
Yes.
And this fucking janitor comes up, and I'm there early, and this fucking janitor comes up with caterer's blend coffee and fucking foam cups and fucking, an urn and some keys in his mouth. And I'm going, oh, fucking, mate, can I give you a hand? He says, yeah, it'd be fucking great, right? Can you get that keys out of me fucking mouth? I'm going, great, yes, well, I help this. And he's like daggy. He's got his fucking overalls on and shitty fucking, flanny shirt, whatever, and hat. And I'm going, sweet. And he says, it's a key that says W35. And
Sorry. This is shit that means nothing to anyone but me and Abe.
but that's right.
Like,
So
fucking
I get in there and he says, right, look, you know how to put the table together? And I go, yeah, I've done this before. Click, 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 click. He says, right, flip. Just flick that on, will you? And I said, is there any water in it? He says, oh, there will be. So this fucking heater element's starting up, and I'm going, oh, fuck, I'm going to burn it. Anyway, so he goes out and gets 4 buckets of water, 2 in each hand. 4 buckets of water is
20 kilograms.
20 kilos in each bucket. So there's 40 kilos in each hand.
Yeah.
And he just brings it in like, what the fuck ever. Fills up the urn. Yeah, you're right. They'll be warm enough by time. And he sets everything up and says, fuck, sugar. And he goes to a door, he goes tap, 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 boosh. And the door just pops open. And I'm going, janitor. He knows his way around, gets the sugar, comes back, and I'm going, sweet, I know what to do here. So you'd know the lecturer's here, wouldn't you? And he goes, yeah, I do. So what are they, looking for in the audition and that? And he goes, they're, looking for a bit of this and a bit of that, and, a bit of blah, blah, blah. And, I'm going, sweet, I have fucking sucked information out of this guy.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
And I'm sitting down there as everyone comes in. I'm feeling smug as fuck. And then all these lecturer types come in. I'm going, yeah, I've got your fucking number, mate. And then this dirty, filthy janitor bloke comes in and says, g'day, I'm Bill Blakey, senior head lecturer of theatre media. And I've gone, and he looks right at me, and I've gone, oh, fuck.
And see,
Oh,
I don't know if you
no.
know this, AZ, because I started off at Mitchell. I was doing an arts associate diploma, and I wanted to transfer into the BA degree. And I had the choice. I could have gone into the communications degree, which was the journalism thing and whatnot, or theatre media. And I interviewed, auditioned for both. And the guy who was in charge of the journalism one, I did actually pass with flying colours, but I went, you're a cunt. I don't like you.
I don't like you.
And
yeah.
for the theatre one, I had to go to Bill, and he would just throw things at me, and he'd go, do this. And I would have to improvise it, and I'd do it. And he goes, okay, cool. I believe that. Now do this. And he because I knew Bill, he couldn't fake me out like he faked you out. But he would just throw things and go, do this. And I would do it. And I actually made the choice. I could have got into the journalism thing, But the guy, and I won't even say I swear to God, he must be dead. I'm going to say
By now.
say his name. His name was Roger Patching, and he was a fucking cunt.
And he was a fat old bastard. He must be dead by now.
He must be dead.
He had to have 4 heart attacks by the time we left.
I know, right? That guy was fucked. He must be dead. But Bill made me audition, and he put me through the fucking ringer.
He would do that. He would say, "I believe that. I don't believe that. Do it again."
Yeah,
and you'd have to do the same fucking
He'd
thing
say,
again.
Do a thing for me. Do a thing for me. And you do a thing, and
do
goes,
it.
No,
I don't believe that. Do it again. It's not a different thing, like a different chance. No. Same thing. Do the same thing again, and make me believe it.
I swear to fucking God, this guy was some sort of otherworldly, old world Celtic god. He was beyond the human stuff.
Seriously, he would punch Jedis.
Yep, you would learn this shit because you're used to white people being pathetic. Bill was a fucking role model for white guys. He was like, oh my God, no. That's
how you do it. That's how to be a white guy.
That's how you be a white guy.
He got that pagan spirit to him.
Yes, he had the pagan spirit. I'm not saying he did a lot of fucking.
His only real flaw was he fucked a lot of students. That was his only real flaw.
It's possibly not the best thing. It's possibly not the best.
Probably not. But
he had to show cause 5 times, and 5 times they said, "Okay, Bill, don't come for fuck's sake, don't do it again." And after the 5th time, they said, "Bill, you're 3 years off retiring. Come on, mate. Come on, mate."
But again, the guy was fucking unstoppable. He was a force of nature, and it was just
That's
like
awesome.
He was pretty.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go.
Well, honestly, it's 1 a.m. I think we should all fucking sleep at this point.
Yeah, we should all go. I've got somebody. I did.
Yeah, you need to be talking to someone, AZ. I don't know. I'm just talking to Minzy.
I just wanted to finish off something I was saying about before.
Yes, Laura, tell us something.
So, like I say, I'm going to go and visit some new friends, I suppose you could say. I've known him on the internet for years, never met him before. So,
yeah.
But I'm going to meet his. I chatted on the phone with his partner last week, and turns out she does hair and makeup and stuff. A beauty.
Cool.
I'm gonna get my hair done and everything. It's gonna look, coloured and styled and everything. So
that sounds great, Laura.
Yeah, I hate my hair at the moment. I'm still a bit thin on top. It's growing, but it's still a bit thin. And then I'm getting old, so it's kind of graying.
Yeah.
So
but it's
which makes it look more balding, if that makes sense, because
yes,
the grey bit in the middle. Which is that grey or is that my scalp still? I don't know.
And the thing is, learning to do your makeup properly is so important. It's so important.
Yeah.
Also, AZ, do you colour your hair at all?
No, I don't. But that's because
holy fuck! Your hair is really fucking dark.
The reason I've got a lot of hair and it's dark is that I have no testosterone.
Look at the beards. Okay, I'm only a couple of years older than AZ. White. The white grey beard versus the really fucking dark beard. I'm literally only 3 years old. I'm only 3 years older.
Angry's beard is so white that he gets little kids that send him letters to Santa.
I know. I'm literally within a couple of years I will be a professional Santa. No two ways about it.
Well,
Incident,
what it is?
Santa, what a bloody slacker! 360 days a year does fuck all. He only does 1 day of work. Jeez.
1 day of work. Yeah.
There's a song
Okay,
called
I'm really going to go now, guys. So
Take
good
care.
Love you,
night.
bye.
Nettie, hit me up for our. We'll do a Christmas swap sometime.
We will.
Hit me up
for
on
sure.
whatever.
Okay. Night.
Bye. I've been drinking cocktails quite often lately because I've been meeting my friends in Manchester. My favourite, I think, is the Bramble. I like Bramble.
Oh, a Bramble is fucking awesome, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, is
It
it
is
a,
nice.
is it a whiskey-based one? I'm not sure.
No, it's a gin. The Bramble's gin and jam, and Bramble's really good.
Yeah,
I did a Bramble on my cocktail channel recently.
yeah.
Bramble is
They
great.
even put a couple of blackberries in there as well.
Yes, fresh berries and jam in there. It's fucking great.
Yeah. And then another one is it's called the Drag Daiquiri, but it's just a daiquiri. Daiquiri? I don't know. Tastes like lemon meringue.
Oh,
That sounds good. Lemon meringue sounds good.
Daiquiri was the word I was thinking of. I was saying,
Oh, daiquiri.
Ah.
No. Oh, I made a winter daiquiri earlier in this stream. So daiquiri is a very simple one. It's usually like white rum, lime juice, and sugar syrup. It's yum. So the winter daiquiri involved a darker rum and a sugar syrup that included. I made a sugar syrup that included like cinnamon and star anise and nutmeg and cloves, and it's fucking awesome. It's
I
fucking
love
awesome.
you, but I've got to go.
oh, we need to-
Love yous.
Love you. I think it's night times.
I just wanted to finish off.
Yes, Laura.
I went with my friend. I went to meet my friends, and I got a friend. She's nice. She's lovely, but
Yeah.
she's got learning difficulties, and she doesn't really understand things sometimes.
Yeah.
So she kind of invited herself to this
Sure.
gathering.
Yeah.
She's got diabetes, so she has to eat has a pattern of eating, So well, what happened was we're there, and then next thing you know, my friend gets out 2 boiled eggs still in the shell,
Yeah.
and a couple of slices of bread,
Sure.
and shells them. So we're at a cocktail bar
Yeah.
table, and
Yeah.
she starts shelling these. What's it? These. Makes an egg sandwich.
Yes.
She makes an egg sandwich on the side. She didn't turn up with an egg sandwich in a packet or something,
Okay.
An egg sandwich while we're there.
Yeah.
And I'd sort of say, hi, my friend's got diabetes. Is she okay eating this in here? We're still drinking, fine, but, and the person's like, yeah. And it's like, well, my friend's got learning difficulties. It's not exactly possible, sorry, the person who running the bar,
Yeah.
they're in a situation of okay, so I've got someone with learning difficulties and has diabetes, and what do I just let her do it? Just let her do it. Is what they're probably thinking. But
Yes.
for me and my friends, it's don't look at me. 'Cause, it was so embarrassing to have someone just shell a couple of boiled eggs and make a sandwich.
That's a bit weird. Yes.
Yeah, and afterwards it's you can't do things like that. She's like, why? And because I've got diabetes and I've got to do it. And it's like, yeah, but there are ways of doing it. And it's in the future, if you have this kind of thing, don't turn up with a couple of boiled eggs in the shell. Turn up with a sandwich. Make the sandwich before you leave. Like I say, it's like I say, it's the learning difficulties that kind of it's like, why can't you do that? And what you're basically is trying to say, it's an etiquette thing.
Yes.
It's we have a social contract of how we behave. So having someone making a boiled egg sandwich from an egg and a couple of slices of bread. Just like, oh,
Yes, it's,
and you have
it's a bit weird. It's a bit
this.
weird.
This isn't the kind of thing that people do, and you don't want to say like normal people do, because that is, and you don't want to upset her because she does get rather upset about having these disabilities, which personally I don't really get. She once cried on my shoulder saying, "I wish I wasn't disabled," and it's like, yeah, but you are. You can't change that. There's nothing you can do to to not be disabled.
Yes.
All it was, her mum was used to drink and smoke and stuff like that, and she had diabetes and didn't take care of herself. And basically, what happened was during the birth, there wasn't enough oxygen. It was a premature birth and not enough oxygen, and basically a bit of a brain cell died, whatever. And that's her mum's bad health caused her learner difficulties, complications. But it's like, how do you explain to someone etiquette when they don't really get what that means because they've been sheltered?
Yeah.
And like I say, it's like I've had to explain to her, look, I've got Asperger's, okay? It's allowed me to learn more about myself and how to find ways to deal with it with the rest of society. And it's like she doesn't seem to have that same introspection to be able to do that. And it's something I try to help her with, and afterwards it's like, yeah, you can't do things like that. It's really embarrassing. Not only that, my friends, you remember I told you my friend is trans and a boyfriend? They're getting married now, which is brilliant. I'm invited.
Yeah, that's nice.
My friend Samantha, the one with the learning difficulties, she tried to invite herself to the wedding.
Oh gosh, yeah.
First time she's ever met second time she's met them because they came for New Year last year. My friend Samantha, she comes to New Year every year. So yeah, it's it was such a delicate thing, and sort of so embarrassing. It's like, do I ever want to invite her to one of those again? And again, that makes you feel like, yeah, that's really not cool as well. So, dear me, it was a funny story, but yeah, I think I'm still decompressing from it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Ah, dear me.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to go sleepy berbers. It's 1 a.m. here. So it's so lovely to have you on again. Haven't had you on for a little while, Laura. Lovely to hear from you again.
It's been about 4 weeks. Last time, the Queen had died and Liz Truss, the Queen had been buried and Liz Truss had stopped being Prime Minister.
Sorry, it's so funny when you put it like that. But anyway.
Yeah, it's Oh, by the way, I heard a Queen story thing. So after she died, she still had some of the corgis left over. The corgis living with Andrew.
Yes, the corgis are with Andrew. Sorry, I saw that. Oh god, sorry, I'm super tired. All right. Thank you so much for joining in, Laura, and thank you everyone who's been here. I'm going to go to bed.
I don't know if I'm going to see you before Christmas, so have a great Christmas, and those in the audience as well.
Yeah, we may or not see you before Christmas. Anyone on the stream, I'll probably be on Sunday night. There's a week before Christmas, so we'll see what happens. But I'm going to say nice now.
Bye, buddy.
Bye now.
Bye, Henry.
Bye.